Hello. Morning. Can you hear? Is there any? Okay. This is all in the same. Mayoral committee meeting, 21 October 2020, 9 o'clock.
officials. It's already 7 minutes past 9. And just remember, these meetings are streamed live, and the public can see how ill-disciplined we are if we not start our meeting in time. So I could ask, please, councillors, in future, when there's a meeting, speaker, can we deal with this issue, that people that attend the meeting and officials, that they are timelessly sitting either at their desks on Teams or in council chambers. Councillors, again, good morning. Just to make sure that we follow regulations, I need councillors to make sure that they at all times wear their masks. The only time that they're not wearing their mask would be when they speak. So please, councillors, officials, we are still at this moment under level 1 lockdown regulations. So let me please follow that. The second point I want to make in this regard is to make sure that you space yourself in such a manner that you observe these regulations. Those three over there is not observing any regulations. The three of you too. There's some space over there, councillors. We should not be caught up in a situation like that, that people are again asking on Facebook and this, why are they not adhering to? The third point I want to make, it will be a trial, councillor. I heard from the speaker that her intention is also to have council meeting in the council chambers. So today is going to be a trial, Deputy Mayor and councillors, to make sure that there's no hiccup, speaker, when we get to the council meeting on the 27th. So both IT on their side that is trying to link us to Teams, because it's important when we get to council meeting, when council decided not to come to council chambers, that they are in a position to link up through Teams, because they have the right to do that. So it's going to be again a question that we're trying to see how we can maneuver through these processes. And that's why I said the mayoral committee would be a trial for what's going to come at the council meetings. With that opening remarks, council, let's get to our agenda. As part of my opening and welcoming, again, welcome to all mayoral committee members. Welcome to all officials. Amen. I saw that there's some directors not present here. The only person that apologized to me was Mr. Adwinis. So all the other officers, I believe, that is not here, apologize to your office. Amen?
Chair, yes, we've got an apology from the Director of Planning and Economic Development. And Randy, are you standing in for her? Yes, so Randy is standing in for her. The Acting Director for Community Services, Mr. Franz, I'm not sure about him. Let me find out where he is, Chair. And then the Acting CFO is in MMC at the moment, in the MMC classes. No? So an apology for him as well. Paul also. I'm representing Finance, Chair.
I normally don't want to say other councillors because we are all councillors. So all councillors are welcome. Councillor Matika, the speaker here. I'm not quite sure whether there are councillors that is on Teams. If not, just inform me so that I can welcome them also. Members, that's number 2.2. Members absent with leave. Nobody's absent with leave. All of them are present here. In the normal instances on the Teams, I would ask you to show your face, but I can see you now. that you are there. You're not sitting in your pajamas at home in the sun. Members without leave, there's none. I've already welcomed other councillors, and I would love to take out that word other councillors in future. Just say councillors present. I'm going to get to you. Let me just finish this part, and I'll get to Councillor Skosana. Sorry, it's on the attendance. Councillor Teokolo, please, man. Just make sure that you wear your mask. I've been on the front newspaper from wearing my mask like this. And I know that this council, when we had our first meeting in lockdown, there was a big hype on Facebook. Why don't they adhere to regulations? Unfortunately, we are the government. We're supposed to do that and set the example. Thank Councillor Skosana, thank you. Other officers present, welcome. Mr. Basait Note, Mr. Womanzoke, Zonke, you are our translator also. Is that correct, MM? Is the interpreter, the translator, Mr. Sidney Pumazonke, is he the person responsible for that? Thank you, sir. I've got the acting director planning, I've got Sean here. I see the manager legal services, or IT specialist, as well as Jill. Welcome. No members of the audit committee. No members of the public, but I assume that we are live streaming this. Is that correct? So to those members of the public that is listening, feel welcome to our meeting. Councillor Krauts.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a question on the link that I know there's some councillors that wants to join, be part of the meeting. How fast the link?
I think, as stated, you're busy. They're busy with it. The moment it's been sorted on, they will receive a link. I think, as I said earlier, it's a trial period. They need to sort of whether we've got the capacity in our IT to have both the link to councillors via Teams and live streaming through YouTube. And I think that is a challenge that they currently have. Hopefully that will be sorted out at the council meeting, Councillor Krauts. Okay. We move to number 3, noting of the provision of the Code of Conduct for councillors, as well as the Declaration of Interest. I'm not quite sure why we then have number 4, Declaration of Interest. Are there any councillors, mayoral committee member, that got vested interest in one of these items? If not, okay, thanks. Let's move on. Number 5, minutes of the previous meeting. That was the mayoral committee meeting held on the 23rd of September 2020. And we will find it starting on page 7. That is the minutes done through Teams. We will do it page by page on page 8. This is now the correctness of the minutes. Just be quite clear. Anything that needed to be correct on page 8? Members? None. Page 9. There's only one correction on page 9, Mr. Mathieu, which I picked up. It should be Mr. Michaels, not Mr. Mikhaila, who was the acting director, Financial Services. I think it's Michaels and not Mikhaila. Is that correct, MM? Yes, sir. Okay, just correct that one for me, please. It was page 9. We move on to page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, 17, 18, just on 18, Carl, as I discussed with you, at the top there, MP and DO 10920, the Quarter 4 Performance Report, Economic Development. It sounds a bit duplicated there, and I read it to you. That Economic Development Department, departmental performance. So can we just correct that, delete then departmental there and just set department performance report, because all the others is correct. Then that's also applicable on another page where I pick it up. On page 19 the same, at the bottom there, just delete the one word, either departmental or department. I'm not quite sure which word we're going to delete there, Carl. Department. Department is the word that needs to be deleted. We move to page 20. On page 20 again, councillors, large marine mammal stranding protocol. I've spoken to Carl, it should be standing protocol and not stranding. So the two words there under the resolution as well as the heading, just correct that to standing and not stranding protocol. It is stranding, okay. I didn't understand that, my apologies, Carl. Uitgespoelde. Whatever. Welcome, Mr. Director. No, it's fine. Okay, then we move on. Stranding is correct. It's Mayskilled. Then page 21, page 22. Page 23. Oh shit. Kirsty, where's Kirsty? My apologies, councillors, officials. It should be in future fine to everybody. Can you take this to Kirsty, my dear, please, to deal with it? Right, we're on page 23, and that was the last page. Going back to page number. These things are difficult to use, speak with a mask on. Going back to page number 6, Councillor Salase, there is the recommendation there, 5.1, that the minutes of the Mayoral Committee meeting held on the 23rd of September 2020 be approved. Mayoral Committee members, we happy with that?
Happy.
Thank you. Okay. Next item would then be item number 5.2. Now, sorry, number 6, matters arising from the minutes. Mayoral Committee members, any matters arising from the minutes? You've read it. Councillor Matika, you happy with all the issues that have been dealt with?
Yes, Mayor.
I just got some few things which I just need to speak to. On page 14. On page 14, there's an 14.1.4. There is a illegal dumping clean-up campaign. Now, officials, councillors, we are heading into the season. And when I look at that resolution, taking in consideration, we don't have an execution list. I just want to find out, how far is that process? Next week, we're on the 1st of November already. And when you look at the resolution there, we're still talking about coordination on even actually doing the job itself. I don't want us now still be stuck with coordination between grass cutting, stormwater cleaning channel, and solid waste cleanups. I want to know whether we've started with the project already, or are we still stuck with this whole issue about coordination. Through you to your directors, how far is that process?
Mayor, we have already started. A few of the sites that we have piloted, we've already actually set up garden spaces. I'm going to follow up on this on the space that perhaps maybe you would be referring to, whether we are there yet. But a few spaces in Honley that were used for illegal dumping, we have used those to green. You know, we've planted some plants on them. Okay, we've already started with actually doing some work.
Director, I saw a hand because I want to respond to the director. Speaker, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, all. Mayor, I just wanted to ask my question on point number 2, stormwater and channel clearing. Is that the function of community service now, or is it the function of technical service? Because there was always a confusion between the two, because community service come and cut the grass and clean the weed range. The weed range is those little things. And then technical service must come and do the stormwater drains. So I just want us to get that coordination right, because if that coordination is not right, then we'll end up what happened a few weeks ago with the rain. Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker, thanks. Deputy Mayor, want to say something on this?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, look, morning everyone. Mayor, look, let me wait for the response from the director there. Yeah, let me wait for the response. I think I'll come after the response. Because we can't be talking about coordination now. We want an implementation. In fact, it's the plan which we're looking for. I believe so. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, you're quite correct. I give Councillor Salas the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, Mayor, the plan you are looking, this is the something we were speaking yesterday. We try to follow up and we get the answer, but we want the answer with writing as a report. So I already speak to the acting director that in the next section 80 we must give us the report where we are, because we are already getting the report in the last section 80. Where is it? But now we want the full report of action. So I think the director maybe is waiting for the report so that we can give to the section 80 so that everybody we can get it. But what I speak also yesterday, I'm saying that in the next section 80, maybe it's not too late to get the plan of festive season, but it looks like it's still in time. So I think, Mayor, our department is busy with the report, and then in the next section 80, we get the report. This is what I understand. Because to give the report with the verbal, I don't think you can assist, because councillors can ask in the report is in front of them. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Salas. Director, Infrastructure.
Thanks, Mayor. I think the question was asked whether stormwater still falls under technical. Yes, stormwater does fall under technical or infrastructure services. Let me correct myself there. And we are busy cleaning stormwater within the municipality. And yes, we have had the coordination meeting to ensure that there's coordination between both ourselves and community services, so that there is synergy in terms of what we are doing as far as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Director, thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor, once again. No, look, having listened, I think, Mayor, let me engage the director outside this meeting. And as I wanted to follow, in fact, what I wanted to understand, Director, as we speak, where are we currently cleaning? Which areas are we now? If we are saying that we are cleaning in Honley, where in Honley? If we are in Concordia, where in Concordia? You know, As I've said, today, I think, Mayor, what we really want, we don't really want, we just want not a plan now, we want action, so it to be specific. So that's why I'm saying that maybe, that's what basically I wanted to understand. Otherwise, I can engage the director outside this meeting. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, no, I don't want you to engage with the director outside. We need to be quite clear where are we at this moment. There's a council resolution that talks about coordination, full stop. That has been done. That should have been done even prior to this resolution, there should have been coordination. But okay, there's a resolution said, there's a specific person within all directors that assist in having this coordinated activity. We are 1 month away from season. As councillors, as the mayor of the town, I'm getting inundated with complaints and questions about the status, how our town look. We need to find out, whether our current capacity within the municipality would be able to deal with those concerns raised by the community. Een man het my gisterand gebel en gesê, meneer Hooriese, ek kort nog net 'n gun. Dan kan ek die 5 groot wild hier in Hondi rondjag. I'm serious in saying this, that when you look at our town, when you look at our townships, these coordinated effort do not speak to that problem there. And I would love us to come forward, through your office, and you and I can engage on this issue also, that we by now get that plan up and running. That we are cleaning our town, that we clean the weed drains. We had serious problems with stormwater drains. We had flooding of houses again, after we did not learn our previous mistakes from our previous mistake. Just 2 weeks before or week before, the same stormwater drain has been flooded again. The same house has been flooded again. So I get the impression, with all due respect to my officials and all due respect to even our councillors, that we are not really on top of this, directors. And I want us to take this serious. We are a tourism town, Councillor Salase. We are heavily dependent on the way that our town look. And again, I want to re-emphasize that if we do not have the capacity within our own municipality, we need to look at alternatives, Councillor Salase. But we need to make sure that our town, starting from the 1st of November, is looking in a much better shape. Okay. I throw out all my toys off the court, but I'm very concerned about this, Councillor Salas. Sorry, Skosana.
Thank you, Mayor. Greetings to everyone. Let me start by saying that, Sean, can you guys join us? You are directors today, man. Join us here. Don't drop me. You are my department. Don't drop me. Join the team.
I left out Councillor Matiwani.
No, he's in charge. No, he's representing us in charge.
Huh?
Yes. Mayor, just 2 things that I think the matter that you've raised, I think we need to take it very serious. We need to get back to the basics. And I'm worried that we'll address it now, but I think we need to address it vigorously, because when you even look in terms of grass cuttings in our wards, it does not happen anymore. Even the advert that went out, you are speaking to the bourgeois, to the town, not to our areas. We need to treat NINA holistically, as normal, if we do have budget, in fact, because all it depends on, do we have money and the capacity. But really, let's get back to the basic, because we are at tourist time, correctly said. And I believe that the departments know by now that they don't need to work against each other. They need to take each other together so that we can achieve more for the town. Thank you, Mayor.
That want to make, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, look, I've raised a question. Remember, I said I want to engage the director outside. So I've raised the question. Now, I will be very happy if I can know exactly where are we in terms of areas. I mean, so that we can be specific. Because what you are raising, Mayor, it's really concerning. It's a concern. You know, that's why I really wanted to check with the director, where are we in terms of the area, so that, we can know. Thank you. If I can get a response to that effect, I'll be very, very happy. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Matika.
No,
Sorry,
thank-
Councillor.
No,
Councillor
thank you very
Matika.
much. I think, Mayor, we need to go back to our agenda. And the item speaks about illegal dumping and cleanup campaign. Well, we need also to remind ourselves in the last section 80, why did we have this item? We had a problem, Mayor, previously where two departments were working past amongst each other. You have a technical service that will go and clean your drains and stormwater channels. Then a week after, you'll get your community service, which will come with a contract and cut grass and not cleaning the drains. I think that's the reason Councillor Salas explained that. In part of his department, and we said that we must have a coordinated approach. We start with grass cutting, then we come back with the stormwater cleaning, because you don't start with stormwater, then you cut grass, because that drain will still gonna block. So in terms of, I would like to say that in terms of director to answer when we go to the technical service stormwater cleaning for drains, and then you can answer that question regarding the areas and where and which. Because I said that also in part of my meeting in technical service that we don't need to specifics. You need to simplify. We don't say that we have patched maybe 4,000 potholes. We want you to say that in what aid, this is the contractor that was appointed, and this is what it is cleaned, so that the councillor could be aware. But if you are saying that we have cleaned 4,000, we have patched 4,000 potholes around Niza, we want to be specific. In Honley, we have patched 3. In town, we have patched, so that we are aware where. Thank you very much, Mayor. But I'm saying that, Mayor, going forward, and in terms of capacity, for our department, I don't think we have a capacity, and the director will elaborate. I don't think we have that much capacity. We'll need assistance in terms of even if getting, because currently what we were using in the previous 2 months, we were using subcontractors to do this cleaning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika and Councillor Lasse, being the portfolio councillors, I therefore accept that you engage on a regular basis with your directors in this regard to make sure that the concerns raised by myself, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Skosana has been addressed, because those are the concerns of the community out there. Councillor Lasse.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, to me, I think we are sitting in Section 80 and we are discussing these issues so that when we come to the MACO, we don't go back to the Section 80. This issue of a disaster and everything, we're taking 2 hours in the Section 80. I don't believe that we can again taking another 2 hours to discuss. What we are doing in Section 80? We are already put it in the Section 80 that we have a problem with the disaster. We are not in, make sure that our things is in place. We discuss all these issues. It's only one thing now we can do. It's only a action. So that's why I'm saying, Mayor, what I want now is a report that come in front of us so that all of us will engage with the way forward report. It's the only one thing I am agree is that it's an issue of the time. When I speak with the director, I already explained to the director that I'm not happy because it's supposed that we already have a plan for the December because it's only 1 month. This thing of not have a plan, when we are November, in the next week, this is the things I don't blame to the director because other things we must understand. The parks is a manager there, we have a manager, we don't have manager. The problem, we have a senior problem there even in my director now, the director is there, is not there. This one is come, is trying to figure out where is can. So I think it's the only one thing I'm saying. I don't want to get a verbal report here, because maybe in the verbal report is something in the paper is come up. What I want the report come straight to us, because we're already going to the site and look at all the dumping area, and we take decision in that other area we can change to the parks, we can clean and do everything, because we already have the money to COVID, we want to follow all that routes, but I want the report, and then also myself as a chairperson and other councillor, we can get into the report. So I am happy, I try to put you, Mayor, that all these things of disaster, we are speaking in the Section 80. All of Councillor is there in the Section 80, is put input in this. We found that in other ways. I am the person, I'm saying even technical service, I'm not happy with the two machine, which is there for the whole night now. This is what happened to my director when we want the law enforcement to do the job, but they don't have vehicles. But I'm happy now, I want the report in the next Section 80. How many vehicles we have it now? Because to tell us with the verbal is not assist anyone. So Mayor, we get the report for all what we wanted, the report. I think also the technical service, it can give us the report where it's only one thing you must look at faster, is the issue of the December season program. That is what I want all of the director, we must quick, because we can be late if we are waiting for other meetings. So that's what I want to, but we are discussing in Section 80, Mayor. Unfortunately, if you are not there, I understand you have other things and commitment and other things. But to repeat again, to start another Section 80 of the department in the MACO, sometimes I don't think it can help us.
Councillor Lassie, this is a resolution from the previous meeting. This is not a Section 80 committee. I don't want reports anymore. There was a resolution in the previous council, a resolution by the previous mayoral committee meeting. We want action, sir. I don't want reports anymore. I don't want to discuss about, as you quite rightly said, about what happened in the emergency and with all those things. These are the minutes of a previous meeting. This meeting said, these are the resolutions that people need to adhere to. So even portfolio councillors need to accept this resolution and adhere to it. I don't want reports anymore, sir. With all due respect. Okay, let's move on. Sorry, before I forget about this thing. Joe and the gentleman over there, I saw there's a lot of councillors and even members of the audit committee that is present at the meeting. Even Morning Michaels. The CFO is here, man. Louis, you don't have to be there. The CFO is a guest. So to all those officials and members of the audit committee, welcome to the meeting. My apologies that you are added very late, but feel welcome to participate, especially councillors, and if necessary, we will actually call on some of the officials to respond to some of the questions being raised by members of the committee. Director, and then we will move off on this item.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I think the Deputy Mayor asked a question as to which street people are working in today. Unfortunately, I would know the ward, or I would try and keep as accurate as possible a track of where people are working. We, in our Section 80s for infrastructure, we brought a maintenance program at the beginning of this financial year to give councillors an indication of where we are going to be working in advance. I know sometimes we don't stick to the program, but if we don't stick to the program, there's a reason. There's a machine that's broken down, or there are operational reasons. Let's say, for example, it floods on the weekend. We've got a week, sometimes 2 weeks of cleaning up to do. So that causes us to deviate from the program. But there'll always be a reason why we deviate from the program. Going back to the question of how much stormwater cleaning we've done. Last year, in the last financial year, we cleaned 168 stormwater structures. So we're talking about our manholes, where the stormwater flows into. In the current financial year, for the month of July, August, September, and not even including October, we've cleaned 368. So we've more than doubled the stormwater structures that we've cleaned. In terms of the pipes that needed to be cleaned, last year we cleaned 14 kilometers. In this financial year, we've already cleaned 58 kilometers. So in terms of stormwater cleaning, we have done a huge number, or increased the volume of work that we've done considerably. I understand what we are saying, that it seems like our stormwater problem is getting worse. But if you see how we've increased what we've done on our roads exponentially to try and address the issue of stormwater. But we must keep asking the question, Mayor, and I think it's very important, why are our stormwater getting blocked constantly? And we can take the pictures, and we'll show you pictures of serial places where things are blocked. You will find tires, you will find wheelbarrows, you will find blankets, and it's exactly the same. You'll find food in those stormwater catch pits. And I've been with you, Mayor, to some of these catch pits on days when it's flooding. And you will clean the stormwater catch pit this week, in 2 weeks' time when it floods again. It's exactly the same stormwater catch pits that are full with things that have been dumped by members of the community. So I think this is a multi-layered approach that we need to adopt in order for us to deal with the problem. Because sending our resources to constantly clean something that is a problem is not going to assist us. I think it's also an issue of education. And it goes the same to dumping. We as a municipality will spend resources cleaning an area consistently every 2 weeks, unless the mindset of the people who are using those areas doesn't change. So I think it's critical that we have an education program attached to these issues that we want to do. Otherwise, it'll be fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thanks, Chairperson.
Director, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, you burning to ask a follow-up question. We need to move on to this item.
No, Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, look, I don't want to prolong this meeting. I mean, I want the specifics here. I wanted specifics. Where are we cleaning? Then if the director is not even able to tell me where are we cleaning, it's fine. That's basically what I wanted. These 58 kilometers which is talking about, I mean, it's not even sure where is this 58 kilometers was done. It's fine, Mayor. Let me not keep, hence I said I wanted to engage they want to call the director outside this meeting. You know, you see what frustrates me, Mayor? The second thing, if you want some other stuff to be done here, you have to speak to the MM. You know, there's a specific reason why I'm asking. Where are we working? You know, but anyhow, Director, let's talk about this thing outside this meeting. I don't really want to keep this meeting. It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I just, please, councillors? Do you see that picture over there? Officials, do you see that picture over there? That is live stream. Councillors sitting in the chamber, busy with their cell phones. Officials busy with their cell phones. You're on national TV, sitting with a cell phone while we're busy discussing these things. Let's be very careful what we are doing. Please, I'm asking you, if you need to deal or work with your cell phone, do that. I understand that the MM is a very busy person. You need to respond to a lot of concerns. But I just want us to make sure that we are aware of these things. Councillor Kraus, on this item, then we move on.
No, I don't want to take the meeting back, but I just need to just say something, Mayor. Mayor, you know, not far from my house is a dumping site. Now, Director, we can go and educate people, but if we don't put the resources there for the people to actually dump, it's going to become a dumping site again. Now, unfortunately, there was a skip. It worked, and then it was removed. So now people are just dumping. So, in my opinion, is that We need to put the resources there for people to know this is where you dump. But if there's nothing, you clean your yard, where must people put their rubbish? And that is the type of things that is actually frustrating lots of homeowners. That now it's going to become December. People are doing spring cleans. And it was cleaned, I think the other week it was cleaned. And going on to November, it's going to become a dumping site again. People are sprinkling. There's no place for them to dump their stuff. And that for me is a problem. So what do we say? Where do we dump? The rubbish, the waste trucks, they don't take your grass and your stuff. You're not allowed to burn because now you need a license. So all these things become a problem for a house owner because what does he do with his illegal, with this waste that he needs to dump? So I think we also need to look at that, and that also frustrates homeowners. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Krauts, as the ward council of that specific area, I've already engaged with, I'm talking about specifics now, yeah, with the ward committee and members of the public. There's going to be a nice things happening there within the next few weeks. I don't like to sound like Donald Trump. There's going to be a nice thing being there. But I know something's been done about that thing. I will engage with you also on that issue. Councillors, let's move on. Just on the next item, the resolution, I just want to find out how far are you with this insurance committee and whether they had already met.
Can I answer you, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Councillor.
The insurance committee, they've started the insurance committee. Let me just go to this page. And they have not met yet, but they are busy getting the insurance committee together. I am quite updated on how far they are on this, getting the committee on board together.
Under outstanding debt report for the quarter ended 30th of June 2020, the B part there, how far are you with that process? That the administration explore alternative innovative measures in communicating with the community in relation with the payment of outstanding debt and application. That's the part which I want to get to. Application for indigent support. I can assure you, ma'am, I have to go to my office this afternoon. There's a pile that thick about municipal accounts and questions about that. How far are we with that process, ma'am?
I think, Mayor, the administration currently, I think, and even Monet, they are currently looking at ways, and one of the measures that they've put in place was communication. That is one of the things that I know the department lack in the income department, communicating to people outside. On the application for indigent support, Mayor, that is still an ongoing process, so I think the income department will at some stage meet with the MM and the acting CFO to discuss that, and also the amount of payment, the amount of, when you, people, they went on to the revenue enhancement and people now suddenly got these huge bills who never got bills before. So that is also another thing that the acting MM and the finance department must still meet on how we going to go about that.
Can I just ask you, it's fine, can I just ask you to deal with this matter as a serious issue? Because this in itself is creating problems now, because my experience with municipal accounts, if people don't understand what they pay for, they become reluctant to pay. And we need to communicate to those people to understand. I had 2 phone calls this morning from old people telling me, meneer, ek het 2000 rand rekening, maar ek nog nooit gehad het, what's happening here? And I'm concerned about these type of issues, so I want you as the portfolio chair, just to speed up this process and to speak with the acting CFO. How far are we with this process? Okay, any other point which council want to raise before I move on to the other one which I want quickly to raise? On page 17, Director, infrastructure. Right at the bottom there, the report on vandalism on water and sewer infrastructure, and I also assume you can add on to that other infrastructure also, because you raised this as a concern to me. So how far are you with this process? It stated there that a proper risk assessment with cost to be conducted by a suitable company. Is that the only thing that you want to achieve through that?
Mayor, what we've done is, we're experts in engineering. So what we've done is we've liaised with the Director of Community Services. He has a service provider who is assisting us to provide security services. So what we've done is we've provided a list of all the facilities, not only water facilities, but all the facilities throughout the Infrastructure Services Department. And then an assessment is currently being done of all those facilities, so that they can advise us on what the security measures are. So there are different security measures that can be implemented. So let's say, for example, you can put in an alarm system, but sometimes an alarm system is not always the most effective. So for example, there are certain new technologies such as pepper spray systems. So let's say if you open the door, you'll get a spray of pepper spray, which would deter somebody from even going in. It's an immediate action from going in and damaging the infrastructure. So these are the actions that are currently being undertaken and being costed. And once we've got a final report, then we can come to council so that we can budget for those actions to be taken. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Sorry, you don't have a costing on what the real cost actually is, what the vandalism is doing to our property. It's not that costing that we're talking about here.
No, Chairperson. Chairperson, in the report that we brought to this committee or to the infrastructure committee, in that committee we raised certain or made the committee aware of some of the costs that were associated with the vandalism. So we gave instances, for example, the Nutsi Reservoir, and the cost of having to repair the infrastructure that was damaged there. And a figure comes to my mind of that particular instance of 100,000 rand. So it's things that are not budgeted for that will have to be dealt with. So we did make certain calculations and put that information. But there are other consequential damages or costs that come with it. So if for example, the water is off because of damage to infrastructure for a period of 24 hours, or maybe even longer, for let's say 48 hours, there's a cost to this organization if we do not sell that water or people are not consuming that resource that we have. So I think, and obviously the more important thing, that people don't have access to critical basic services such as water and sanitation. So I think those are things that we need to take into account that have a much higher cost than the simple monetary value.
Councillor Matika, Portfolio Councillor.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. And also, Director, I just want to add on also part of the department, the issue of the fencing. That is there, that we intend to do, changing all this fencing to a new fence system. Can you also just explain on that issue?
Chairperson, we have purchased all the materials. We just, for some reason, we did make a provision in the budget, but we didn't receive any funding for the installation in the current financial year. So it's something that we are going to ask for in the adjustment budget that's coming for us for the installation of the fencing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. The one thing that we raised about this information, and then that here that manager communications are here, you see, because for me it's a concern that we know about all this vandalism. We should actually tell the people the cost thereof. Communicate to the people saying, because you are the people eventually need to pay. This notion idea that the municipality is getting money out of the air and just repairing this vandalism, it's money coming from the public out there. Those same people that complain about it, they should be made aware. And I don't think, through you and to the director and the communications manager, that we communicate that information into the face of people. You are breaking down your own infrastructure. You are going to pay for it. So I just want to ask that communication to be quite clear to the public out there. I don't think that we are clear on that. Thanks. Page 21, I just got two last questions on page 21. Director, sorry, Councilman Skosana, you must just, so I'm a bit this side when I look into the director.
No, Chair, I think what we just raised in terms of vandalism of these properties, but I think also, Chair, I don't know how we're going to address these things because, for instance, there by my ward, you got 2 reservoirs where kids break down, fencing, moving in and out, but our law enforcement is just driving as business as normal. We can't have that situation. These things need to be addressed to the core. Everyone must come to the party. If we need, I'm always saying this, Councillor, if we must set an example about Skosana's child, must make that. Take him into jail so that the family can account. We can't live as business as normal. People playing on top of 2 reservoirs, dancing, doing whatever, they brand tires, we just drive past as if there's nothing happening. And at the end of the day, we're going to start to say that infrastructure department does not work. All departments must work together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana, Deputy Mayor.
No, Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, I think I concur with my colleagues. They are quite right, you know, with regard to particularly what Councillor Skosana have just raised. I fully agree. That's basically what is happening. You know, from where I'm sitting, the department in question, particularly the law enforcement, I'm sure the acting director is here and the chair, must speak to whoever is in charge of law enforcement so that those guys can really pull up their socks, you know. But Mayor, the second point which I wanted to raise, man, it was on page 19. I'm sure let me pack it for another meeting. This thing of Westcro, this Westcro progress report. Because Mayor, from where I'm sitting, I'm not quite sure whether, you know, and I don't really want to you know, to debate, because Councillor Salasi is quite right when he raised that it was a Section 8, you know. But I wanted to raise it as a concern, Mayor. I'm not quite sure whether this Westcro is really assisting or is it really playing its role in terms of promoting tourism in town. You know, last time I checked, we are giving those people about 4 million per annum. You know, I'm not quite sure, Mayor, but I just, you know, I'm not quite sure. I don't even see the director. I'm sure there's somebody acting. You know, I'm not, but let me pack it for next meeting. I'm concerned, Mayor. Looking at our state of the tourism in town, you know, as we all know, Naisda is a tourist town. You know, giving people who are in Cape Town such a lot of money for promoting. I mean, they're supposed to promote our town, you know, and I'm not quite sure whether they're really fulfilling that particular responsibility to the best of their ability. You know, I'm concerned, Mayor, you know, if it was really, if we were in a Section 8, I was going to raise other issues. Because I remember there was a report which supposed to have been submitted here, you know, with regard to, you know, yeah, I think let me pack it there, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't want to be again reprimanded by Councillor Salase. There is a resolution there. Councillor Salase will say, let's stick to the agenda, please. There is a resolution. I think what's important here, Councillor Deputy Mayor, is that we, at that Section 80 committee, raise that issue and that it be part of that resolution or recommendation to the mayoral committee. But I agree with you. I'm concerned about that also. Probably an item that we need to discuss at council. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. On page 21, still just items dealing with the minutes. Through you to the Department of Human Settlements, Deputy Mayor. I just want to find out whether that C part of that resolution has been adhered to and implemented. If you said yes, then I'll continue.
Yeah, Mayor, I think with regard to this strategic plan and policy framework, are you referring to it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Mayor, look, with regard to this one, I remember the acting director was in a process of implementing it. I don't think it has been implemented yet, but I know we have resolved in terms of it. Now, what really is left is for acting director to do what is necessary in terms of making sure that whatever workshops which needs to be organized and take other departments into confidence.
The reason I raised it, Deputy Mayor, is the fact that, again, there's this question about communications, that we do not communicate to the public out there about these type of things. So that's why I raised it again. Okay, thanks. Councillors, is there any other point on the minutes of the previous meeting? Just in closing. Sorry. As I earlier stated that Mr. Doonis had some challenges as the acting director integrated human settlements currently because he's engaging with members of the public. He told me that he will be late unless Councillors Kosana, you think that the MMS then seconded one person to assist him, but I think all those officials currently are in that meeting. All of them. Joe, Petuna, Theo.
No, Petuna is sick. His wife is sick.
Oh, Petuna's absent. Is ill. Okay, but I know all of them. They all went out here. Probably by now they finished. Matika, want to speak on that specific issue?
No, just.
Okay.
I
Then.
don't know, Mayor, but is it through MM? I wanted to speak on page 22.
Page?
22 regarding.
Page 22.
Yes, your report, integrated settlement, identification of informal areas within Great Nice and electrification. I wanted to speak on recommendation E and recommendation G and F. I wanted to just, I don't know if MM will be able to assist us or the chairperson regarding that. E, that the integrated human settlement utilize vote number to repair the relevant bungalows. I just wanted to check how far is that status. And F, that the infrastructure service, the directorate facilitate electrification of relevant windy houses. And Director Praveen, just to take us through how far is that. G, that the integrated human settlement directorate verify occupants of windy houses and formulate a database. Just want to check on those three, Mayor, how far is it?
Thank you, Councillor Matika. The persons responsible responding to your questions should be yourself and the Deputy Mayor. Yes. Deputy Mayor, respond to the issue about the human settlements. Are you in a position to respond to the Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think with regard to recommendation E, you know, Councillor Matika, I think I don't really want to mislead this meeting. I'm not quite sure how far is the director with regard to the recommendation E. Yeah, I mean, you know, the repairs of relevant bungalows, right? But I remember a decision was taken. I'm not sure how far they. But coming back to recommendation G, this is OPAT. You know, colleagues will remember that we had that particular challenge in OPAT and we have resolved. And I remember there was a team which was sent to OPAT from Human Settlement just to go and take stock whether those people who are residing on those windy houses or bungalows are rightful people who suppose to reside on those bungalows. Because remember, there was also some challenges there, you know, in the form of a complaint that some of those people are renting out municipal bungalows. to foreign brothers and sisters, So hence I'm saying that this particular recommendation was implemented, Councillor, with regard to this question on G. Thank you.
Saying that there was no synchronization of coordination between yourself and the director. Director, can you talk about electrification, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the electrification of those Wendy houses, we have had an interaction with the Human Settlements Department. However, like the Deputy Mayor is saying, the first exercise is to determine who needs to be given electricity, because the exercise was, the verification exercise needed to be undertaken. We're still waiting for that information to be given to us. Once we get that, we can then do a rough cost estimate, and then we will have to present something to Council in the adjustment budget for Council to take a decision in terms of funding that project. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Matika?
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I was asking because through you, David, through you, Mayor, the repairs of relevant bungalows, it's not, I don't think it was only OPAT, and we said that all bungalows that needs to be repaired, they must be repaired, and there was a vote number, so which means there is budget already available. So we want to, just to say to the department, they need to fast track for the repairs of those bungalows, because in my areas, I know we have lots of bungalows that need to be repaired. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Tiokolo?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Mayor, just on what the director has said now about bringing this to council for the adjustment, I remember asking this question that, will that vote be enough to cover all these costs? And the answer, I think it was from the acting director of housing himself, saying that they've identified it is enough, because at the time I was concerned with councillors adding more areas to that. So it was said it's enough. Now I'm a little bit worried if it's going to go to an adjustment budget, whereas there's already a vote that has been identified. And being said before that money is enough. But I just want maybe clarity from the director. Is it going to come to council for adjustment because what is in that vote is not enough now? Or is it even if the vote is identified, it still has to come to an adjustment budget?
Councillor Tiokolo? The vote that we're talking about here, that is just for the repairing of the Wendy houses. That's the vote we're talking about, for the repairing of the Wendy houses. What the director is talking about is the electrification part of it. What I could clearly recall, sir, is that when we had that meeting with the OPAT people, I think it was on a Monday or on a Thursday, on a Friday, I would never forget, on a Friday night. And I, at that stage, promised them that the urgency of this thing, that it should go now to the Mayoral Committee meeting. And it went to the Mayoral Committee meeting, as you could recall, because it was a very urgent issue. Urgent not because the people is close to the N2, but urgent to the fact that it's unacceptable, it's undignified to put a person in a TRA that was supposed to be there for only 3 months and then moved back to his or her house, and being there then for 9 years, left the house where the owner or the occupant had electricity, water, and all those other services, to a TRA, where there's no privacy, there's no electricity, there's no toilet, there's nothing. And those people then stayed there in those houses. And I think that was the urgency about it, and we agreed on to that. Yesterday I was again confronted. Now, confronted is the wrong word. A representative of that community came to see me again, how far the process are. And I contact either the MM or Mr. Adonis, not Mr. Adonis. I contact somebody. And the response, I didn't contact you, Prabir, on this issue. The response was that this was going to be discussed at the adjustment budget. Now we're talking about the electrification part, sir. That was going to be discussed at the adjustment budget because there's not provision on the budget for that specific. Oh yes, I had this only group of people there also, and they've asked that same question. The only housing committee structure. So the question was where the money is coming from. And my explanation to the gentleman of OPAT is that because of the fact we didn't have our adjustment budget, we had the problems with the CFO and those type of things, and we didn't have the adjustment budget, we couldn't discuss it there and get the information then from the director in order to make sure that we provision on the adjustment budget for it. But the adjustment budget currently is basically not the sticking point or the block, but unless we don't have that adjustment budget, in order for us to make provision for the electrification for the TRAs, that will not happen. The director's concern is that they wouldn't know how much to budget for. But my understanding was, and that was my discussion with the gentleman, he was supposed to come forward with a councillor, responsible councillor for Ward 3, who is Councillor Skosana, and identified how many houses, because all those people cannot get electricity, taking in consideration that they're not even supposed to be there. We're talking about those people that is in desperate need, that is living there for 9 years under this inhumane circumstances, to assist them. That is our task. But that job was never done. Was it done, sir? Yes. Okay.
Engage after those engagements. Sorry to interject.
No, it's fine.
Yes, I think one time I phoned Petuna because I was phoned that there's a flood happening in the process in Opat. There are houses that they are not going into. Then I said to myself, maybe those are one of the houses that they are renting out. But he said that the field workers were busy that day. I think that Monday, because we met on Friday, I think over the weekend or Monday, they went in doing door to door. I thought they should have taken out Talari through the process now. We're far in terms of implementation. But they did do that data capturing. That's what he told me.
Director, you still want to add on to what I've said and what? Okay, so councillors, Teokolo, the issue about the vote that you refer to and the money that is supposed to be budgeted for in the adjustment budget is two different ones. I assume Mr. Adonis is now here. Your question was about whether there was sufficient funding in that specific vote number that's supposed to deal with the rectification of the bungalows. Sir?
Yeah, just to to make myself clear, Mayor, what I get now is that the money, the funds that are in that vote is enough for rectification only. It's not for electrification. Because in the initial engagements, I thought that was also including electrification in that vote. That's why I asked the question. But I now get it, Chairperson, it's only for rectification. Electrification, that's why it has to come for an adjustment budget. Thanks, Mayor.
Correct there, Councillor Teokolo. Okay, councillors, we now finished with our, Mr. Adonis, you're just in time. We finished with our minutes of the previous meeting. So we're now moving on to items for consideration. The MM is not here, but Councillor Crouch, the portfolio chairperson for corporate services and the director corporate services, I need to find out why we don't have an execution list in the mayoral committee, because there were resolutions taken by the mayoral committee, and sometimes we need that. It's fine, Councillor. So can you just, between you two, sort it out, please? Okay. Page 25, number 7, items for consideration by the mayoral committee. The first one is the monthly budget statement, August 2020. There is a recommendation there. Are we agreeing to that? Thank you. Next one is the capital budget report 2020. recommendation to the Mayoral Committee by the Finance Committee, A and B, agree?
Great.
Third one, the report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the period ending 30th September 2020. There's a recommendation A, B, and C there. Just before we agree on to that, why we all accept the fact, Directors, is not here, that deviations is part of a process for us to be able to provide service to the people out there. I think sometimes we just need to find out what the reasons. I just hope, Councillor Crouch, that in the Section 80 committee, reasons were given for these deviations. Okay, thank you. Agree on the recommendation?
Agreed.
Thanks. Page 26 at the top, the proposed policy on legal presentation for councillors and municipal employers, A and B. Agree to that?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
before we agree, I actually wanted the speaker here because we're still waiting for a date for this workshop and council meeting is on Thursday.
And it should be before council.
Yes, and the only day available is Tuesday because on Wednesday I know officials have training and councillors have training. So I think Director Corporate, if we can just sort that one out. Thank you.
Do we still train councillors in elections next year?
We train them to be more competent.
Yeah, I hope that those skills that you acquire through those training councillors will still be applicable for you next year. Okay.
The ones that is coming back.
Good luck to them. We agree. Then can I ask between yourself and the speaker, liaise and then get this workshop before council, if possible? Okay, agree on A and B? Thank you. Then next one is the immovable property management policy, the reviewed one.
Okay, the same apply on that one, Mayor. For this
Also
workshop.
a workshop. Okay, you will liaise with the speaker. Then report back on the application to purchase a portion of portion 6 of the farm Hoogekral number 182, a portion of the Seaview Drive East. I just want to get some clarity here. Hoogekral was the area that we had service delivery protest. Myself and the MM was there.
Is that not Leo Bosch?
No, that was Hoogekral. We went to Hoogekral.
Oh, I never went to Hoogekral.
It's on the border of George municipality, a nice municipality. So I just need to find out. Those people are currently residing on municipal property. No, sorry, on private property. So when we alienate municipal land, taking in consideration, Councillor Kraus, that we are people residing there, 300 people plus, on a private property, are we not now painting ourselves into a corner when we need to assist those people? I just want to get clarity. I did not attend your meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I myself have not been in Hoogekral. This is an item that served in the time of the then Councillor Willems and Myers. But a site visit was done, and this item fell through the cracks somehow and it resurfaced. But apparently it's a road that is not being used on the farm, that the people wants to alienate. Now, the farm belongs to them, but this road that is there belongs to the municipality. And apparently they're going to redirect this road into somewhere, but they're also going to redirect this road.
Can I ask Councillor Kraus, taking in consideration, sorry, Councillor Theokola, you might be then in a position because if it
You went on the site visit.
If it slipped through the crack, you might have been part of that delegation that went there, Councillor Myers and Councillor Willemse. So you probably will be a person to enlighten us.
No, Chair. Unfortunately, I was not part of it. But I think Councillor Matika gave a nice picture of this because he went with the previous councillors to Hoogekral. And I remember in the Section 80, I was also concerned that the the ward councillor was not in the meeting actually. So I think it was Wotune. Yeah, so, but Matika was there and I think he knows about this because he went with the two ex-councillors to this site visit. So maybe he can explain, Chair. Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Theokolos, thank you for that information that I was not aware of. Councillor Matika, you are the person that knows everything about Hoogekral.
No. Councillor Salazar was part of that as well. And Mamanake, yeah, I think they were also part of that site visit.
Mayor is an old hood sometimes, as an old man sometimes. I think I can reserve, but I am in that site visit. I know very well. To me, I don't have a problem in that things happen there. Because I see it's an old road, that road is not working. So I think these things is already passed long ago. That's why sometimes I reserve, because I am old man. I am not rebeg my mind, but I know very well there's no problem. Everyone is there. We agree that we must approve that thing.
Thank you, Councillor Salasa, the old man. Jonger as ek, maar is een oud man. All right. Councillor Matika. Now, I think the thing I want to raise here, just remember, you and I went to Hoogekral, and there was some serious protest action in that area. And those people are residing on private property. And when I look at this, I just became concerned. We're now alienating pieces of land in that specific area where we had a problem. I'm not quite sure what piece of land we're talking about here. I didn't go there. I heard it's a piece of road now. I didn't see the road. How far is that road from that community? Would the aliens of that specific road probably cut off those communities to get access? I'm not quite sure about those things. So I see Melanie knows something that I don't know. Melanie.
Chair, I just know about the community club timbers that you are talking about. Although the area in general is known as Hoogekral, the property in question, we have considered it, and that's why the councillors went for the site visit, whether or not anybody would be landlocked as a result of the disposal of that road. And on investigation, it was clear that nobody would be landlocked. Other adjacent property owners would have access to their respective homes, to be able, even if the land that belongs to the municipality is sold. Now, the area you are talking about is the Club Timbers area. It's also the farm Hoogekral. That's the property. That's the long property description. Everything is portion this of the farm Hoogekral. But like, for example, Leonbosch Dairies is also there. But if we now go and look at the proper deeds description for that farm, it will also say of the farm Hoogekral. That's the description for that area.
Okay. Question is quite simple to the mayoral committee members. Are you happy with the recommendation here? Happy? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. With all the information, Councillor Matika. Application to lease a portion of earth 240 Karatra. The deputy mayor just showed me his stomach. He's hungry. But I promise him that we will just break for a few minutes at 10:30. So Deputy Mayor, just hang in there for a few 10 minutes, more 10 minutes. Are we happy with the recommendation on the lease of the portion of 240? I'm not quite sure what the lease amount is there, MM. I assume it will be determined by our valuers. What is the lease amount for that? Is that correct? Okay. Then application to lease a portion of earth 2745 Neisner. Now, the H part there, that a site visit be arranged to visit the portion of earth 2745 Neisner prior to the mayoral committee meeting scheduled for the 22nd, who is supposed to arrange that site visit?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, the site visit never happened because the committee members were unavailable due to various reasons.
Finance committee, the corporate service committee member.
Yes, Mayor, due to various reasons. And I believe that the date must change and that the site visit be rescheduled for before the next council meeting, or we can just send it to the next Section 80 committee, which gives us enough time to arrange that site visit. Because I think in the current situation, it is a bit difficult to get all committee members. I must say from property side, Ren will arrange the site visit. I think he came to me twice, and on both times, committee members were not available for that site visit. So, Mayor, if we can just change the date to the next Section 80 meeting.
Listen, Councillor Crouch, for this item.
That the site visit be arranged before the next Section 80 meeting in November.
Councillors? Mayoral committee members? Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, does that mean then this item is deferred from this mayoral committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to visit, site visit.
No, then that the item on the application to lease ERF 2745 be deferred to the next Section 80, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. The second recommendation would be that the site visit be arranged before the next Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Thanks, Mayor.
Luckily, he didn't hear that part. It wasn't on the. I said it. Carl, you'd not worry, Omar. Jill, you got that? It's A and B. And it should then be A, B, and C. Let the report be noted, and then the B part would what you've just said, Director, and then the C part would be the site visit. Jill, you got that? Thanks. Deputy Mayor, hang in there, sir. Page 29, the provincialization. Yes, dat was een lekker groot woord. Mijn tong het amper geknoop. The provincialization of municipal museums. The B part there, just want clarity, the Councillor Skosana? It's a coffee ball. Okay, that the acting may be given permission to present a proposal for the Department of Culture and Sport for the affiliation. I didn't understand that, but MM. So that whole B recommendation for me, it was a bit difficult to understand. Councillor Salase?
Yes, I think my director can explain better than me, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Was it Kola Frans?
Mayor, the museums belong to council. So in order for province to take over the museums, we need to submit an application for affiliation. That's basically what this means. So what it means is that we must submit an application through the MM to apply for the affiliation of the museums to the provincial museum service. That's basically. No, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, we are saying that councillors must also assist in terms of communicating the dangers regarding. Of course, we are not saying that they must be leading, but they must also assist in terms of communicating to our areas. I think this item, Mayor, derives from the accident that happened in what location in? Sorry? 2nd of October, where there was someone that was trying to connect, and then that person was taken to hospital. So, and after that, there were labor inspectors that were going to go and inspect. So I think this item derived from that, but I think the director will elaborate more.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, on the 2nd of October, we had a member of the public who tried to tap into a electrical installation, which was 7 meters above the ground. Now that person was electrocuted and fell to the ground and was taken to hospital. Now we know that when it comes to safety, we need to be very concerned, because we know for a fact, and we've done a report previously about illegal connections that are taking place throughout the municipality. Our concern is that at some point somebody will be electrocuted, that a member of the public, a child who is playing around these electrical connections, you're going to have animals that might be killed. And not only that, we need to look at the safety of our network. If we want to provide a safe and reliable service to community members out there, we've got to make sure that we deal with the infrastructure in such a way that we only connect people for that infrastructure as it is designed to do so. So you will find that in infrastructure in those areas where there are a number of illegal connections, you will find that that infrastructure fails very often because of overloading from the number of connections. There's a possibility of fires. Remember, in many cases, those places where the illegal connections are taking place are informal areas. And the chances of a fire breaking out and spreading very quickly through those areas is very high. We spoke about the quality of supply. We've spoken about loss of income, but I think that's a much smaller issue. But I think in terms of health and safety, both the MM and myself and the manager electrical will be held liable at some point if somebody is killed for not having taken action or bringing it to council's attention that there is illegal connections and there is a danger to the community out there. So it's based on that we've brought this report to say that we need to start taking some sort of action to ensure that we protect the community out there, as well as ensure that we protect our infrastructure and we protect the way we do business as an organization. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director. I saw the hand of Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Theokola, Councillor Matika, and Councillor Skosana. In that order. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, thank you very much once again for the opportunity. And, you know, Mayor, I'm quite worried, man, I must say. You know, the incident which Pravir is referring to, I was there. In fact, I've called the ambulance that morning, as well as the manager, electrical department, Jack. You know, and I want to raise it here. And I was told that thing was reported. There is a box there which have been opened ages ago. And it was reported, nobody have bothered to do something about it. And from where I'm sitting, it's really dangerous, Director, whether we want to agree or not. And secondly, I know those people who are illegally, I would say, stealing electricity are our people. And what they are doing is very dangerous. You know, from what the Director just said, last year, Mayor, I remember that time the manager electricity was that old man Jingles, yeah. He was a manager then. A baby boy from Bloemfontein was electrocuted and he died. We never make noise about it. Because we knew for a fact that somebody was going to be forced to take responsibility. He died last year in Bloemfontein, not Bloemfontein, near Joburg, here. And I want to appeal here, and I understand those people who are stealing electricity, Chokolo, are our people. And that is wrong. You know, but at the very same time, the department must also do something about it. You know, and I strongly believe from where I'm sitting, maybe our colleagues are not really doing what they're supposed to do. Fortunately or unfortunately, those are our people. You know. But the last point which I wanted to check and balance here, Director, did we open a case against that gentleman? I know, I was there. He was very lucky, Ben, Mayor. He banned. I saw him, I was there. And I was told then, sometime I went to hospital and fortunately it did not die. I wanted to understand, Director, did you open a case against that man? Because a case must be open so that our people can realize what they are doing is wrong. You know, Mayor, I'm one person who do not, Chokolo, want to be popular. You know, when you are doing something wrong, we must tell you are doing something wrong and it's wrong. And as councillors, we must take that full responsibility to tell our people. I just wanted to double check that, Director. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. Yes, and I don't want to make this on a lighter note. It's a very serious race. I thought he was referring to Bloemfontein in Brackenhill. Councillor Teokolo, and then Councillor Matika, and then Councillor Sana, and then Director, you can respond to that. Just right on all these things. Councillor Teokolo?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Two things for me, Mayor. These illegal and unauthorized connections, Mayor, I understand there's those who connect straight from our infrastructure, from the poles or from wherever. Then you have these connections that are from homes, from houses. You connect to someone, they pay. I know people are paying 500 rands to connect from there. You've got two of these. So I just want to understand, Mayor, how are we going to deal with, because they are two different ones, but they are both dangerous for our communities. Even though I feel like the one where you connect from another house is much better than the one. Then my other concern, Chairperson, is the recommendation C, that the administration be mandated to utilize an external service provider to remove all unauthorized connections. I just want to understand that, Chairperson, because I so know that I've seen situations whereby these illegal connections are being reported to the municipality, and the municipality, there's a procedure that they use whereby they go out and remove. And are we saying now we're having challenges with that, or are we having a problem with the capacity? Because I'm just worried that if you're going to have a service provider who's doing that up there in the northern areas, how is that not going to create some chaos of some sort? So I know there is a process already that's in place. Are we experiencing challenges with that? And also the financial implications of having an external person doing that, whereas we've got staff inside here that can do that.
Thanks, Councillor Teokolo. Portfolio Councillor.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, and I agree with all of you that this item is a very sensitive item, and but from our side as a municipality, we need to take it into account and check really that as much as we are elected by these
Councillor
communities.
Matika just hang on. Communication said they found it difficult to hear you. Yes.
Oh, Masai, oh, sorry. Oh, hey.
Put it a bit closer or speak a bit harder or louder.
Louder. Oh, I'm having a flow, man, Mayor.
I'm saying that, Mayor, that this item is very important and it's very crucial. It's like, and then our councillors must be aware of this, because when this process starts, and they will have those riots from some of these areas, because the moment you go there and disconnect for them electricity, some of these areas will start to make riots and demand, because we know most now we are going to a silly season. So some of these people will try to hijack this. So we're saying that councillors should be part of assisting. But before we do that, I'm sure this is not going to be done by now, because it needs to be advertised so that everyone can see. And the second one, we need to have councillors that we need to go and report to our areas the dangers of this, because this is the second one. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. This is the second one. There was the first one, and we all knew about it. It was also on papers. And because if you go on the Concordia Road, it's very bad. And if the main road is closed, the alternative is Concordia Road. You go there, the wires are on the street, the wires are on it's very bad, really, because it also creates bad reflection. And it's just a pity that this meeting is on live, because I would have said something, but I don't want us people to use the stuff that we are saying against us, because so that people will quote us wrongly, because really people are get electrocuted and animals as well. So we are saying that taking this to the council, because the department doesn't want to go, because I think they started it at Tembin, and we nearly had a fight with the directorate. But they started at Tembini and they were almost chased away, and then they were beaten. Then my understanding, I said, but why I was not informed as a council of that area? But they said, no, that's administration staff, so they don't need to inform you that. Ne? So, but we nearly had a fight regarding that, because they started to go and disconnect, but people started to try to build them. Then I said that, but it's important that this come to the council, that the whole council knew. So any riot or anything that we are aware of it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sana.
Inkosi Sodolophu. Okwami Sodolophu ngalomba uphansi kwethu ayingomba ulula kakhulu wena lona. And uthethe ebantwini bethu.
Hang on, sit, will come on, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is as follows.
Xa sijonge mna bendizobacebisa ukuthi xana sinezi meetings zethu ze-ward committee lo mba ube si-standing item.
Is that this issue should be a standing item in our ward committee meetings.
Nakwezi IDP siba nazo ekuhlaleni.
Even with our IDP meetings.
Mna Sodolophu lomba unamacandelo amabini ecandelo lezindlu kufuneka lincedisane nelicandelo laka infrastructure.
The councillor says that both departments should help each other in resolving this issue.
Abantu bethu sibakhupha ezindlini sizobakhela izindlu benombane kweza zindlu. Nawo kwengoku kaloku bane-fridge bane-TV ngoku sebeqhelile umbane ukuthi mabathini.
When we move people from their houses, we promise them that we will build houses, but the problem is that when they move out of their houses where there's electricity, they move to areas where there's no electricity.
Loo nto funeke siyijongile uba siyikhawulela njani ke ngoku loo meko, because bunoya elokishini ngoku ngaseBloemfontein zizindlu zezigcawu nje pha.
As the council, we must look at ways of resolving this issue, because if you go to White Location or Bloemfontein area, you'll see illegal connections.
Phinde ke kube nelicandelo lethu apha eStandard Bank apha kuthengwa khona iibhox zombane.
There's also this place where people, I mean the old Standard Bank building, where people buy their electricity boxes.
Ka umuntu unendlu for 7 years ufuna kwebox uzayibhatala ngokwakhe kuthiwa yiza nenumber address asinazi address ke zangingqi zethu.
When people go there to buy their electricity boxes, they are required to produce or to give their addresses, whereas though in those areas, there's no addresses available.
Kona kona abantu bayafuna usebenzisana kodwa thina masilungiseni nathi ezinye izinto zethu kupha standard bank so that abantu benee-boxes zabo siyazi ke ngoku sisebenzisana nabani ke ngoku kwaba bamotshayo. Siyavumelana uba bakhona abantu abamotshayo.
I think we must go and speak with the people at customer care so that they can assist the people who wants the electricity boxes.
Bulela Tamzo, ungabuyela esitulweni sakho.
Director,
Azazenhlala.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Umasu.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first point raised by Deputy Mayor was the issue of the open boxes. Deputy Mayor, the open box, it should never be open. We always make sure that we keep our infrastructure closed and secured. And we find that even the structure that we are talking about is 7 meters off the ground. So somebody has climbed there, they've vandalized the lock, and it's broken. Also, in addition, I know we spoke after the incident occurred. Now remember, somebody has been electrocuted, there's a possibility of death. So we couldn't go back and close that box. In addition, it was raised off the ground, so nobody could access it. But there needs to be an investigation. You asked the question, the next question you asked was whether we opened a case. Yes, in terms of the law, there are two people that need to be, two organizations that need to be notified. One is the police station. We've opened a case against the person. We went to the hospital, we got the person's name, and we've informed the police about it. In addition to that, it's a responsibility of ours that we inform Department of Labor about what has occurred so that they can do a full investigation from their side. So that process has started. We've written a report and we will be submitting that to Department of Labor so that they can send an inspector to come out and do that investigation. Councillor Chikolo asked about the issue of connections, the two different types of connections. Councillor, both of those connections are very dangerous. The ones from inside the house to the next property, as well as the ones that are raised. Both of them are equally dangerous, and both of them have the potential to have exactly the same effects. For example, somebody being electrocuted, the one within the property, you'll find that people use very thin cables. There's a possibility of fire. We don't have all the other necessary precautions that have been taken. Even when you build a house in such a way, we've got the building inspector here, or manager buildings, you build a house in such a way that it's designed that it can withstand fire for up to a certain period of time. Now, some of the structures that we're connecting to are fire hazards as well. So those are some of the dangers that we need to look at. But both are equally dangerous and should be treated as matters that need to be dealt with. You asked about an outside service provider. It's not that we don't have the capacity. Councillor Matika has advised that in those instances where there's an individual connection, we can go and remove that connection. Even if there is a threat of violence, we can go with law enforcement. But in a bigger case, our staff, especially in the electrical department, have been threatened many times. We've even found that people have been sent to people's homes after hours to threaten people. So it's a very dangerous situation, us trying to do the illegal connections internally. So there have been a number of threats. Councillor spoke about Entebeni and the fact that we were removing the illegal connections. Yes, we have a bylaw. The bylaw says we can remove the illegal connections. And the problem we had at Entebeni and why we needed to remove the illegal connections was we had a transformer that had a certain amount of capacity. There were a number of illegal connections that were made to that transformer, and the transformer kept tripping. So when something is overloaded or a transformer is overloaded, it trips because there's too much being expected of that transformer. And we couldn't switch back all the legal customers because we had a problem with the number of illegal connections that were made to the unit. So at some point we had to decide, we had to make a decision to remove some of those connections. And that's why we made those connections. But those are some of the impacts of what of illegal connections on the legal customers and the service that we provide. Thanks, Mayor.
We'll break at 11 o'clock. Deputy Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. No, it's just a follow-up. From the 2nd of October, when that incident occurred, up until this morning, Director, that box is still open there. You know, that particular box is still open. And I must tell you, though, I mean, I guess we are quite right when you says the box is 7 meters. I'm not sure in terms of meters, you know. But people are able to climb and do whatever they are doing there. So I just wanted to check, when are we going to sort that thing out? Are we still waiting for Department of Labor to do its own investigation? I mean, from the 2nd of October today, if I'm not mistaken, is the 21st. 21st of October, 15 days later. When is it going to be sorted out in terms of making sure that it really, I mean, it's been closed? Because I saw, Mayor, I remember I went to assist a woman which stays next to that electoral poll. That box has been open, you know. So I just wanted to understand from the director, when is it going to be closed, or how far is that particular process? So that we can really do what we're supposed to do from our side as the municipality, you know. If I can just get a clarity on that one, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mayor. Mine is simple, Mayor. Sometimes when we try to solve a problem, maybe sometimes we make more confused, because every community and everyone understand the standard operation before. People understand it's one house, one electricity. If you are not inside of the boundary, you are not get electricity. Now, I don't know really what is the standard, the operation standard. I don't know myself. I wonder what other people understand outside, because more I confuse as a council. I think the most people are confused outside. I am confused myself. I don't know who is the person must get the electricity in the Standard Bank. Who are people is not get the electricity. That what everyone is, I think, is confused in National with the standard operation. And worse now, we are also trying to zoom the Bangal also must be part of the electricity. Is make more ways confused. More I confuse, I understand people outside can be confused. But it's only one thing I understand. When it's a problem like this, somebody must account according to the bylaw. There's no way to run around. Whatever we can confuse in our speaking, but it's only one thing I want to understand now to Director. What is really the standard operation of the to put the connection of the electricity so that everyone understands? Because people now it look like this one is get electricity, this one is not get electricity. People are confused now. People start doing funny things because of the operation of us. Maybe part of that operation, this is us as a councillor, make it more confusing to the administration. But I want to know now, Director, really the real standard operation you are working under, so that also us must understand what is our improvement. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Before I continue, and I don't want to influence you, Councillor Tikola, don't misinterpret what I'm going to say here. just remember, councillors, I still didn't get any other amendment to the recommendation. We're just debating what happened again in the Section 80 committee meeting, as you said, Councillor Salase. But it's fine. If we didn't get all the clarity there, we can get clarity at the mayoral committee meeting. But I don't want to end up, after all this debate, the recommendation is still the same. Councillor Teokolo, and then Councillor Matika, and then closing.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you're talking about the recommendation. That is where I was going to
Okay.
exactly. But I know I'm not part of your, your committee. But I want to say, Chair, recommendation C for me would need some. I need to be more convinced that we need to do that. Being told that there's been intimidation of the staff that we're having, because we don't have capacity problems. It looks like we can deal with this in-house. You've got positions at the municipality that are doing work which annoys people at times, traffic cops, law enforcement guys. These guys are also being intimidated, but they have to do their jobs. So for me to appoint an external service provider, I wouldn't agree with that, Chair. Therefore, I would say we remove C. Then we've got 4 recommendations there, Chairperson. Thank you. That's my. It needs some more convincing for me. I will need to be persuaded to go with that recommendation. Thanks.
About this. There's one thing about this mayor and the mayoral committee. We're accommodative. We're going to listen to. No, we listen. We probably take it into consideration because we need these things. Councillor Matika, and then we want to close this thing.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I don't know, I wanted to add, I think I've raised it also in the Section 8. I wanted to add the issue that do we need to check this policy that, as Councillor Salasa was saying, that what is the plan? We also need to check the issue of the policy. As Councillor Salasa was saying that you electrify this one, you don't electrify this one. Because in terms of we need to check our policy if we need to amend it. Because currently our people when you go to Standard Bank, those who are willing to get to pay for electrical box, then we will be told that it's 18,000, it's around 18,000, and that's a council policy for informal area, just to go and electrify your house, it's about 18,000. This is something me and the deputy mayor will be fighting about, because what is currently saying that in terms of our budget as a municipality, when we budget, we are saying that in each ward must receive 600,000. We are not taking into account how many houses are going to be assisted. For instance, you budget, you are saying that Ward 3 must receive or Ward 8 must receive 600,000. But that informal area alone, it's about 200 houses. So that 600,000, when you divide it, it can only electrify about 30 houses. Because you have your engineer's money, you have your company money. When you divide it, it electrifies 13 houses or 30 houses. So each and every year you electrify 30 houses, while we have maybe 15 informal areas. So that's what is creating panic amongst two others, because you electrify 30 for this financial year, we wait for another financial year, you electrify 30. So those who are there, the others that are there, for instance, if we have electrified 30 out of 200, the others are willing to say that we don't want to wait for this process of the municipality, that they will come next year. It's fine, the infrastructure is there. We wanted infrastructure is there. We are willing to pay for our own money. But when you go to the Standard Bank, we are told that you must pay 18,000. Where will get a person that is living in northern areas, informal areas, pay 18,000 cash before electrification can be put in this house? Those people are willing, and the deputy mayor will agree with me. So if we need to check our policy, how best we can check our policy in terms of that, we need to check, Mayor. If we need to put a recommendation that we need to amend our policy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Two things here, Director, raised by one, your portfolio councillor that was supposed to raise it with you at that meeting, but he's raising it now here.
I did, man.
Oh, you did, thanks. So there's the one thing about the issue which Councillor Larsen referred to, whether our current policies and processes and procedures that we followed, whether that contributes to the fact that people are illegally connecting. That's the one thing that we need to get clarity on. Because when you listen to the deputy mayor, if people are doing things illegally, we must tell them it's illegal, and he's correct there. And you should not be shy, councillor, to speak out when there's you on the camera or when you're on Teams only. You should say, you're a councillor. So I agree with Councillor Deputy Mayor that there are culprits out there. There are people out there that it's not a question that they want to get electricity, but they were not there for the opportunity. But they are just only there to do the illegal stuff. There are people out there. But Councillor Matikan and Councillor Larsen were quite clear. There are also people out there that want to buy and want to get electricity. And our processes and our procedures and our policies and our geld wat ons die mense vra makes it impossible for them. And then now they convert to illegal activities. And I think we must distinguish between those two people. Those people that are there only for criminal activities, they want to steal. And those people that want to pay, but they're not given the opportunity to do that. And that's a very difficult thing because you now need to go and look at all these different people and get field workers again into that and try to assess. But okay, but you got that point. The other one is the one raised by Councillor Tiokolo on the issue of making use of an external service provider. The only way that we can justify that is when we don't have the capacity to deal with it. If we do have the capacity to do it in-house, then the comments raised by Councillor Tiokolo is justifiable. But if you are quite clear that with our current structure, staff available, Mr. Mayor, Council, you will never be able to deal with the problem. Then we need to understand that.
Mr. Mayor, no, I need to say something on what Councillor Chikolo said because I think it's important. You know, when you become a law enforcement officer or a traffic officer, a police person or so, you sign up for certain things. You know that these are the dangers to your job, right? But if you sign up to work in the electricity department of the municipality, that's not normally part of your job. So as a responsible employer, we must take that into consideration. That when we ask our people in the infrastructure services department to go into a situation where they and their families get threatened and so on, that is not what they signed up for. Law enforcement officer is a different story. A law enforcement officer cannot say, I'm scared to go into a situation, because when you become a law enforcement officer, when you're enforcing bylaws, that is part of your job. So I think we just need to take that into consideration. We need to balance this out. As a responsible employer, we also need to ensure that we provide within reason for the safety of our staff. So I think we must just take that into consideration when we have these considerations, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You're correct there. Unless you want us to move forward, then you can speak. But if you have to keep us back, let's move forward, Director. I want your assistance. I want you to take us forward in this regard.
I think, Mayor, let me just answer a few of the questions firstly, before we talk about moving forward. The one question was about how do you get electricity? And I've explained this many times. Even in our section 80, the question was raised, how do you get electricity? There are three ways you can get electricity. One, you can be provided electricity by the municipality under a project. The second instance is the municipality does an infill project. So there was an area that was left out, we then do an infill. And the third is you make an application for electricity. And you make that at the various points, customer services points. Now, at the meeting, it was raised that certain people are being turned away to say that you don't qualify to make an application. So we've given the undertaking at our Section 80 meeting that we will have a discussion with the Customer Services Department to say that anybody in the municipality can make an application. What we then do is we then make an assessment of the availability of electricity, the cost of providing electricity, and then provide a quote, provided there is sufficient capacity in the network to be able to do that. So that fee needs to be paid. It's a 300 Rand fee, to the best of my knowledge. And then we will then send our teams out to determine whether we can provide you with electricity. So that process exists. It's there. So that is, you can make, anybody in the municipality can make an application. Councillor, my portfolio chair asked a question, and I explained this in the section 80 as well. The cost of 18,000 Rand doesn't come from the municipality making any sort of profit from the connection that we provide. The cost of the 18,000 Rand, and it varies. So it will depend on how close you are to the infrastructure, what infrastructure is required. So if you 20 meters away from a pole, the cost of a connection would be cheaper. Whereas if you are 100 meters away from the nearest point of supply, then your cost of the application will be much higher. So the cost of 18,000 Rand, which is the rough estimate of what it costs, is the cost of all the materials as well as the labor that's associated with it. And currently, the municipality doesn't make provision in its normal budget for those sorts of connections, because that's the only way we could reduce the cost of those sorts of connections. So I think I've answered the connection and why how the cost is developed. It's based on the cost of materials and labor that's required to do the installation. In terms of moving forward, Mayor, we've presented our recommendations. Like has indicated, there is a potential danger to our staff in terms of us removing some of these connections. I'm not sure if you're suggesting we change the recommendations. I think
we will get there. I think the way forward, Deputy Mayor.
Last bite. The way forward.
That way, Buddha. That way.
No. You see, I hope Acting Director Twonis, you are listening here. Ne? I hope you are listening. Because when people went to apply, let me begin by saying, if we open for people to go and purchase their boxes, it will also assist, reduce, the load from our councillors. Remember, there's a lot of people who are waiting for electricity in these informal areas. Some of those people, they do have money. They can buy boxes. They can meet the municipality halfway. But the challenge which they are finding themselves in is the fact that they are going to be sent to housing, that go and get an address. And from what the director have just explained now, there is absolutely no need for them to speak to our department, integrated human settlement. They can just go there and get the application process. And I hope, Mayor, there's somebody from finances here. Because now we are going to communicate this thing to our people. One of the reasons why people are stealing electricity illegal is because of this particular challenge. It's because of the very same challenge, Director Pravir, that when they go there, they are going to be turned away. And I just hope somebody from electricity is here and is also listening, because we are going to communicate this as such. The second point which I wanted to raise, Director, I must be honest with you. I must be very honest with you. Councillor Matika, the cost of 18,000 is not an estimate. If you can go to a Tembeni, there is a house, there is a pole next to the house. And those people were told to pay 18,000. There is not even, I'm not sure in terms of meters, there is no distance from the pole as well as the house. And those people were told by Jack, it's not estimate. So I want to appeal, colleagues, we must get our house in order. And all of us were here, the MM is here. We are going to communicate, because we as councillors, we also have a responsibility. The illegal connection, we need to go and engage our people. When we tell the people it's illegal, we must give them an option. And I'm very happy now. If we can open that particular, then we'll be able to speak to our people and convince them not to do these illegal collections, but then we must open it up so that those who are affording to buy boxes for themselves, they can do so. But anyhow, my acting director, Hari Prasad, let's engage, because I've asked you, when is that box going to be attended? But anyhow, it's fine. Let's talk about it outside.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before going outside, let's first deal with the issues inside here. Sorry. Members of the Mayoral Committee, are there any amendments that you want to bring to this recommendation that is in front of us after all this debate and discussions? Can you get that, please?
I said that we can add F.
Add F?
That we need to, if we need to amend the policy or make changes in the policy so that we can accommodate, because, yeah.
Can you please speak up because...
Sorry, we said that we must add F, because if it's issue that deal with policy, then we need to amend the policy so that it can accommodate anyone that, if there is infrastructure, there's two differences. There's infrastructure. If there is infrastructure, which means anyone can go and apply, infrastructure is there. So we need to amend that policy that we don't need to charge them that 18,000, because director was talking about two things. Because they are charging 18,000 and then they are still gonna charge you a cost of measuring. So we are saying that we need to amend that policy that if there are infrastructure, that we need to reduce. If that money need to be reduced, it need to be reduced. Thank you.
Need to be guided here, and I see Morne is not here. I need to be guided here on these issues. Listening to Councillor Matika, he's talking about the amendment of a policy. And the amendment of policy is to make provision for those people that want to connect to the electricity, that they be allowed to do that. But the second part of his sermon is to have to look at that, when I'm not quite sure whether it's the policy or whether it's now tariff structure. I believe it's more in our tariff structure, where the issue of 18,000 and 300 and whatever the case may be. Ons leiding is hom mat.
Mayor, that matter will take a thorough look at all our policies, because it's not only a financial policy, it's not only a technical policy. We need to get the things to talk to each other. It's also from a town planning perspective, because we need to, we need to understand whether we will allow multiple connections on one earth, for instance. We have to have a look at that. Who do we hold responsible? At the moment, the legislation is such that the owner of a property is responsible for accounts on that property. So that's something that we cannot, it's not a simple thing. It's something that will need to have a thorough policy review. We'll have to see how all these things come together. It's about capacity on the network, on the electricity network. It's about the financial system. And as I say, it's about integrating the town planning scheme to that. So if we're going to do it, it's not something that we'll be able to do in the short term. It's something that we'll have to work towards, and it will probably have to go to the adoption of the budget for the next financial year. That is how complex that policy review will probably be, Mr. Mayor.
You didn't assist me, man. You just explained to the thing that we know. I want to get to a point whereby in the F part, how can we have a recommendation there in order to, whether it's X year or the year, but as part of the recommendation here, I think that is what the council wants to get to.
No, the recommendation must be that the administration prepare for the next budget cycle to review the policies applicable to this matter, so that when council adopts the next budget, it can consider amendments to the budget or to the budget policies to make provision for the expansion of electricity connections.
You've heard the concerns raised by the You've heard that it's not just one single policy that needs to be changed. It's a culmination of policy, because whatever you change there have an effect on the other policy. It's also the issue about tariffs. That is, now my understanding about tariffs, you can't increase tariffs, but you can reduce tariffs through a adjustment budget. So that part and whether we can just have to wait for and I want you to listen carefully to me, whether we just have to wait for a budget meeting to change budget policies. I don't believe so. We can change policies whenever we want to change policies. I want us, to be very proactive in this regard. And I believe that, yes, I do understand cycles and debating policies and changing tariffs. I do understand that. But here we sit with a situation and allow this debate to continue because about the sensitivity of it and about, the seriousness of this. We want people not to connect illegal to electricity, to keep yourself and the acting director out of jail when these things happen. And as a council, we want to assist you, director. There are people out there. If a person connect, for example, to electric pole directly, that will be linked to the property that he's residing on. You follow me? If a person is connecting, as Councillor Theokola said, from the one house to a backyard, that's something else. Then that's on the same property. You see? And I think those are the type of things, that we need to look at it seriously. I wouldn't just like us to say, let's wait for next year, June, and then changing what we should do is, we should find ways, whether it's again, we need to send in some field workers to check. Because I'm not even quite sure, director, how many people are busy with illegal connections. What are the circumstances behind the illegal connections? And if there's a possibility that we can provide those people, for example, if they go out there and buy that little box, actually you can buy these things at private companies also, a little box, and then you just put in there, but that is from the main house to the additional dwelling. But I think I don't want us just to accept the fact, let's wait till next year. It's just kicking down the tin again, down the road. I want you to come up with an idea here. Please, sir.
Mayor, no, I didn't say wait till next year. I said this will be such a complex matter that we'll probably only end up with the results of it when we get to the next budgetary cycle. But we need to start with it now. And I want to caution council, the MACO on this. You know, when you make decisions on this, and if you make the wrong decisions and people die, it will come back to us. We attract certain liabilities around this. So it's for that reason that we need to be very, very careful when we craft the policy around this. We're dealing here with something that is regulated and that has impact. You know, electricity is a very, very dangerous. It's a very, very good thing, but it's a very dangerous thing. And if we write the wrong policy and we implement that policy, and that policy leads to people injuring themselves or God forbid, dying, it will be on us. So I'm not saying we must wait till next year to get the policy. I'm saying we must start with that. But because it's so complex, we will probably only get to a final policy that we can adopt when we adopt the next budget, Mr. Mayor.
In closing, just remember, we already got the right policies there and people are still dying. So we should be very careful when we're trying to say to one another, I want to get to a position whereby we said, if necessary, director, that we need to look at our current policy. Hey, julle 2, 3, Khoisan. Listen, in our current policy, we need to make sure that we will be able to address the concerns raised by. Bagalaait we maak klaar praat, want hulle stuur na my meeting. Did you like to be klaar?
Yeah, can I say something?
Okay, no, wait, Councillor Deputy Mayor. I think the point what we might want to make here is that we currently have a situation whereby people are connected illegal. That illegal connectivity can also be contributed to the fact that people want to get electricity, but our policies and our fees and our tariffs make it for them impossible. there are people out there that just due to normal criminal activity connect illegal. What the committee asked, the mayoral committee asking, can we look at our current policies and our current tariff structure to assist those people that want to connect legally? Because according to the councillors, that policies and structures currently is making it difficult for people to connect. Whether it's a housing policy, whether it's a finance policy, a budget policy, whether it's an infrastructural policy, we need to look at those things to make sure that we assist our people that they can do legal connections. So I want us to get onto that. If you're telling this mayoral committee that's impossible, then tell us it's impossible. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, now. Oh, sorry. Have you recognized me, Mayor?
I recognize when I go to the mayor,
Okay.
everybody goes.
Mayor, now, what I'm saying is, you know, people are connecting illegally now. The moment you adopt policy that allows people to legally connect, and as a result of that, because we adopt over hastily the policy, as a result of that, people get hurt or maimed or die, then there's liability on the municipality. So I'm saying, this is the one place, when you're talking about electricity, where the caution must be to rather look at things thoroughly and do it properly, so that when we adopt the policy, we don't adopt a policy that might lead to liabilities to the municipality in future, because we can be faced, not only, I mean, myself as the accounting officer, whoever is the accounting officer of the municipality, face criminal prosecution and jail time if people die as a result of being electrocuted. But more than that, the municipality face massive what's the word now? Claims against the municipality if we make a mistake in this regard. So I'm saying, do not be over hasty here. We need to, this is the one area where we need to be thorough in what we do and make sure that we bring together all those elements that I spoke about.
Okay. Person, see Councillor Krautsen. Jy's nie honger, maar ek het gevind jy's lankal nie honger. En Councillor Kosana also. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kosana, Krauts, finish.
No, enkosi kakhulu sodolophu. Damsuma ke ngigoduke kancinci.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sodolophu, look, andizama umsabelisa u-MM andiva le nthetha ngo-MM. Le nto ayithethayo that sifuna utshintsha ipolicy for uvumela abantu bakonekte illegal mhlawumbi ndimva wrong. This is not what we are saying here.
I'm not getting what the MM is saying about changing the policy.
For abantu bakonekte umbane illegally. Into connectwa kwabantu umbane uthatha kwabantu umbane illegally, that is wrong. Yilo nto sithethayo ngoku.
What we're saying is that people, if they connect illegally, that is wrong.
That's why eBloemfontein safelwa ngumntana pha eBloemfontein. It's just illegal connection. Yilo nto sifuna unqanda ngoku.
That's what we're trying to avoid, because a child died in Bloemfontein.
Upravire bereporta ngoku apha la incident besithetha ngayo nge-second apha. Indoda ithuleke phezulu yatsha emqolo yatsha nekawusi yatsha nalapha ngaphambili. Ikona ibumbane, and that is wrong.
Pravir was just explaining about the incident that occurred on the 2nd of October, where someone fell down from a pole trying to connect illegally.
Now, into esithethayo apha, abantu banayo imali, abantu bafuna ukukhawulelana nesituation yabo, bafumana umbane, bazoyeka ukuthatha umbane kamasipala illegally.
What we're trying to say is that people in the northern or in the informal areas, they do have money to purchase their boxes, but the problem is the amount of money that is being.
And asikwazi ubaleka that some of those people baklamaphangalo basuka ezindlini bezinemibane ibox zabo zipha eworkshop.
Some of the people that don't have electricity, they used to have electricity, but their boxes are with the electrical department.
Now, into efuneka siyenza masikhawulelane nesituation yabantu bakuthi so that abantu bazawuyeka as illegal connection.
What the council is saying is that they're trying maybe to resolve the problem by the council maybe trying a way of maybe addressing the issues of the people.
Now, Mayor, I think siyavumelana simeko that into ya next year uyochinja policies is not going ayizosinceda loo nto leyo. I mean sine administrator up, all of us sikhona apha, that I think we need to resolve lento, and then as quick as possible the policy change bangaba it's a matter of police le bang into abantu bangakwazi uzithengela ibox abo.
What the DM is saying is that we, the municipality must try by all means to resolve the issue as soon as possible so that people can get electricity if it needs be.
Yeah, asizukwazi uxelela into bana if senza ipolice wrong and then we are going to be liable. Yeah, appoint a municipal manager nezinye administrators up as qualify. I mean, they must guide us. They must make sure that we are putting up a correct and right policy, which is going to assist our people. That's one of the fundamental reasons why we've got a municipal manager, we've got director technical, we've got directors left, right, and center.
What the DM is saying is that we've got capable people within the municipality who can advise.
So, okay, so in closing, Mayor, I think, in closing, let me put it in English. In closing, yeah, and the director, the Pravir, have made it very clear that you don't have to go. There's 3 ways to get electricity. Now we need to implement that, and I don't see any danger there, MM. I don't know who can be killed by that particular process, because people are going to be, people are going to be making a right thing to go and get electricity on the right way. You know, I mean, if we are continuing there, allowing what is happening there, then the municipality is going to be liable. I've said here, when that boy died in Bloemfontein, we never make noise about it, because we knew for a fact that the municipality is going to be liable. In fact, the municipality is liable for that particular damage. Now then, when we come to the fore, let's sit down and then devise the ways and means to meet our people halfway. People are willing to buy their own box so that we can really meet each other halfway. May I still believe that thing of next day is not going to assist us. You know, Pravir and whoever is responsible must assist us. You know, if we need to start now with this policy, I believe our administrators are here, are working day in, day out. I mean, we can deal with that thing within 2 weeks and come up with the right thing so that our people can start getting electricity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know Councillor Kraus and Councillor. Let me just say the following. When Councillor Matika was talking about the changing of the policy, he was not talking about connect people that do not qualify. His concern was about the affordability thereof. I think that's what he raised. People went to the municipal offices to purchase their own connection, whatever they call a box, but they were told that is how much it cost, 18,300 rand. And he said we must change that to make sure that people will be able to have an affordable way to get their connections. So I'm a bit confused that we're running to a policy that we're not actually talking about the danger issue, but about the affordability thereof. Councillor Kraus, Councillor Skosana, then I want to please end this discussion.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor. I might just help you end it. Mayor, I think we need to take this to a workshop. We workshop this, because if you talk about electricity, you know, we also need electricity. We also That is also something that is a major concern. And I think that is something we've been asking for many years in Only now. And with the new plucking, it's also going to become a problem. But anyway, I think we need to take this to a workshop. We also need to make sure that when we do this workshop, all the policies that we think might get affected, will be affected, we take it to the workshop. And I would prefer Jack to be there, because I believe Jack is highly qualified to give direction on this electricity issue. So, Mayor, I think we must just take this to a workshop, ASAP, so that we can move forward on this. Thank you.
Councillor Skosana.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought the people of Opad had influenced you not to talk to me. Mayor, I hear the MM, and I think also we need to agree and to disagree in one thing here as a council or as a maker, that we have an accounting officer that we need to follow tune. We can't talk about directors now. We have an accounting officer. The legislature is very clear that council and mayoral committee that you must be advised by the accounting officer, irrespective of what. But I think also they must assist us here. We are running in circles. We want a recommendation for F. By now, we're expecting they're supposed to give us a recommendation that speaks to the politicians, that this is the line that you should toe. Also, by saying that, Mayor, through you to the MM, I'm coming from Ward 3 MM. There is no general plan in Ward 3. They can say that. You can ask them. We've been crying from time, before my time here. There's no general plan in that ward. There's no plan, in fact, because we're looking to get assistance. People want assistance, even those who've got plans, their own plans to build proper houses, as the director said that. We are sitting with that challenge in Ward 3 then. As a councillor, stand in front, people want to understand. They've paid plans, they've done everything. They follow the book, if I may put it that way. We are sitting with challenges like that in Neisner. That's the reason maybe you hear this noise we're making, that there are these people that want to contribute to the economy of Neisner. But I think you guys should assist us with coming with a recommendation here that speak to those who want to contribute to the economy of Neisner. Let us not wait for people to go to the end to then we want to act. Let us be proactive. That's the reason we're having you around us here in the meeting. That's all I need to say in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. So let me just now finally make the ruling on this. No, Councillor Matikas, put down your hand, man.
No, not
okay. Just the following. Councillor Salas, I know that you are still anxious to add on to this debate. Councillor Crouch, forget about these workshops. It's becoming just another way of dealing, not to deal with something. We talk about workshops, ASAP, workshops, ASAP. There's still workshops not being even done that is supposed to be done. And it's not a reflection to you, ma'am. I don't think that we do have time for workshops anymore. We're running out of time when it comes to workshops. So I think what should happen here is quite rightly said by Councillor Skosana. Let's ask administration, yourself, corporate services, director planning and development, director infrastructure, and the director housing, to see whether you can come up with a recommendation F that address the concerns of yourself as well as the concerns of the councillors. Council is quite simple, say. We've got policies in place where people is allowed to go and buy this box. But the tariff that we ask is totally unaffordable to them. It's not they that said, listen here, we want to break the law and the policies. We went there to the finance department. They told us that's how much it costs. We cannot afford that. But we want to be legal. We don't want to be illegal. And I think that is the way I want you to look at it when we talk about the issue of the F part. And that's, I think, what Councillor Matika meant, and even the Deputy Mayor said. Where there is issues where we cannot provide electricity to those people. It can only be done through a policy. Let's get through that process at a later stage. Okay, so in closing, we're not going to agree at this one to this one. I want administration, 15 minutes break or 10 minutes break to, no, what is the MM racing? During the 10 minutes break, MM, come up with some sort of F recommendation to the mayoral committee. If you can't find one, tell us, then it's fine. And we can just leave it out. So you've got 10 minutes now. I need myself a break because all councillors break. Already the mayoral committee, they went out left, right, and center. The mayor's not even gone. The deputy mayor, sorry. To those officials that sit here for the whole duration, thank you very much for your participation. 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 11:45. That sense at 11:31, so no, it's not 11:45 then, like it 5:02. Mine also said, yeah, 5:02. We'll be back here at 5:02. Thank you. people that they must wait till you're in the meeting, then phone you. Councillors, officials, we're supposed to continue our meeting. I just need to deal with a short issue. Put it off, Councillor, please. I just need to deal with a short issue. It will take me 3 minutes. There's a lot of people in my office in Only that want to speak to me. And there was a miscommunication about the mayoral committee meeting and my day in the Only office. So I just want to, on speaker, speak quickly to those people and then come back within 3 minutes. I've just asked Sherilyn just to deal with that issue. Okay, just give me 3 minutes. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Just a class of diaries. The office in Only classes with the office in town, so I need to explain to those people I'm still in the Mayoral committee meeting, and the intention is to go to Only when this meeting is finished. Hopefully we will rush now through all the other items. It's just for noting, so we'll be much more quicker. Okay, let's continue our meeting. I've asked yourself and the directors to come up with a F. I'm not quite sure whether you managed to do that. Dr. Skeepers.
To understand, because in the intermission now you said it's about the cost of the applications. If it's about the cost of the applications, you can only in your next budget, because it's a tariff, right? You can only change your tariffs with the next budget. You've adopted a tariff, that's a tariff that's there. You cannot change your tariff mid-year. So if it's about the cost, then you have to take it to the next budget and determine a tariff that according to you will be appropriate. And in that process, we need to understand what the cost is for the municipality. We have to have cost-reflective tariffs. So if it's about the cost, then we can only do that in the next financial year.
Just hang on there, I want to make sure. We're talking about probably the reduction in the tariff.
You cannot reduce your tariff mid-year.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
Okay. No, I'm not going to debate that with you now. If you're sure about that, it's fine. I will get back to you on that issue.
Yeah.
I know for the increases, you have to go through the next budget. You can't do it within the adjustment budget. But if that is your argument, let's get all the facts straight here. So I'm not going to dispute that at this moment. Go to the second part of it now.
But what I understood the discussion to be is more than this. Because you cannot just allow people to just pay a tariff and then we provide them with electricity.
You didn't listen to us. You didn't really listen, to be honest with you. What I was trying to say to you is when you listen to Councillor Matika and the Deputy Mayor, he was quite clear, sir, by saying people go to the municipality, they want to have legal connections. They apply for whatever they want to apply for, which is within our policies and our structures. Then they were told that is how much it costs, and that's where the cost issue comes forward. So they then cannot afford it. So the argument is not about all these other policies and things. It's about those people that went to the municipality. They want to have their connections legally. They need to go to a certain process by paying for that and paying for that. That cost, listening to Councillor Matika and listening to the Deputy Mayor, it's unaffordable to those people, Director. And that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, with the greatest of respect, yes, I did listen. But those are the things that we need to do, that if you want to change anything around that, I'm saying there's a complex policy environment that we have to have a look at. Because the point is, like I told the director now, electricity is not a simple thing, it's a complex matter. So for instance, if a person in the northern areas, right, where we're struggling, where we don't have a general plan approved, how do you, I don't know how we do it at the moment. I think what we're doing at the moment, I must have a look at it, is illegal. But how do you allow additional electricity connections when you don't even have an earth number? Those are the kinds of things that we need to sort out. Those are the complexities that I'm saying. It needs technical infrastructure services, it needs planning, it needs finance, it probably needs property, and all of those to get together so that we give you something that makes sense, that is worthwhile, that allows you to take proper policy decisions. Because let me give you an example. If we allow a person, at the moment people are connecting illegally, if we allow a person to connect legally to the system, and something goes wrong with that connection, and a fire breaks out, then there's a question of liability. Who's responsible for the effects of that? What Pravir and his team will have to do is they'll have to make sure that the network has capacity. What the finance people will have to make sure is that there's a proper account linked to the service that we provide. Now, there's a complication in that the MFMA says that all accounts ultimately reflects back on the owner of the property. Now, who's the owner of the property? So it's not as simple as what you might be thinking, Mr. Mayor. And what I'm saying is, instead of rushing something through and getting the council in a year or two to have to look back and say that there are these complications, let's rather do a proper process. Let's rather make sure that when we put something in front of council, it's something that's properly thought out, that integrates all these departments that I've mentioned now, infrastructure, property, planning, and finance, so that you can make a decision that is properly founded, that is lawful, and that will not lead to complications for the municipality afterwards. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. In short, one, there's something fundamentally wrong with our systems. If people go to the finance department saying that they want to buy a meter, and people will tell them that's the cost, and not inform them about the other issues that you've just raised. That for me is a concern. That person that currently illegal connected to a system, he went to the municipality. He asked the municipality, listen, I want to connect me legal. The process, what needed to follow? You have to purchase a box. It costs you that much money. If that is the process that we follow, then there's something fundamentally wrong with the process. Because those people should be told, you cannot have a box. They should not be told what is the cost of the box. So that's the point I want to make here. And when the deputy mayor and Councillor Matika said, those people went to the municipality and the response was, that is how much it cost. Their concern is, it's unaffordable. So if they respond wrongly by our municipality, then we need to look at that issue very seriously. Councillor Matika, closing.
Yeah, in closing, and I don't know if, but
Sorry.
Let me re-explain what is happening. For instance, in this financial year, there is a budget of 600,000 for electrification of informal areas for Ward 8. And then in Ward 8, we are saying that we're going to go and electrify in Rosemo. Ne? In that 600,000, we put the infrastructure for the whole area, and then we end up electrifying 17 houses. Ne? That's what is happening. Let me explain like that, ma'am. Then you end up electrifying 17 houses. So the next phase of electrification will be in the next financial year, in July. Then we're going to spend another 600,000 and electrify another 40 in Rosemo. So you're having about 200 houses. So in one area, you're going to take about 3 years just to electrify one area. Ne? The infrastructure is there, just to put the box and the stuff. So those people say that the infrastructure is here. My Birman has an electricity. I don't have electricity because municipality can only cater for 40 or 13 people. So I don't want to wait for you guys to come again and because of the budget constraint. I have the money. I just want to go and pay my box and then I have it because other houses already have connections so that I can pay. So that next financial year, municipality doesn't come because we already pay. Even if municipality comes in the next financial year, we already pay for ourselves. So that it's easy for municipality as well. If municipality say that, in this area, I'm going to put infrastructure, your poles, I'm going to put the transformer, anything, then those people must pay for electrical box. The people are willing, and it's going to be cheaper. Then, which means that in 2 years' time, we'll finish electrification the whole night. Because we have now what is taking long. For instance, in Ward 8, we're having 15 informal areas, Mayor. With the pace we are currently doing, where we put only 40 houses per year, it says that in Ward 8, to finish Ward 8 electrification, we're going to take about 20 years or 30 years. And that's creating a frustration. And those people, we can go tomorrow and to remove illegal. By the time we are gone, those people go and put there because we don't have alternative. They'll go and put again those because our people are buying TVs now. They are used to this, but the problem is that they want a fair process. So we are saying that they even went to Standard Bank. They say that
okay, we don't want to wait for these councillors to come back in the next financial year, or there's no money for this adjustment, or there's no money. We are willing to contribute because the infrastructure is already here. So, but the problem is that councillors, we can never afford to pay 18,000 in advance for anything. We even suggested with the deputy mayor, when we were spoken with the electrical department, we even suggested, okay, if you say 18,000, how about you say you deduct it maybe on electricity, when you purchase 10 rand, you always take 2 rand. And then they say that will be forever. So you must pay that policy, that 18 million, and then we'll go to your house and check the meters, and then we charge you again for other one, that 300, it's a different one, the 18,000 is that. So that's why we are saying that, let's make it easy, we remove, but let them make it easy for them to be able to have a legal, because we are going to electrify those areas, because it's a municipality plan. We have started in that place, but the problem is that we don't want to wait for 3 years, then we go to number 198. If you're putting 40, 40, 40, then we're going to arrive long time ago. So those people are proactive and say that we want to assist you, let us pay, so that we don't wait for that time. So when that time comes, you already say, okay, I'm moving to other area. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you, Mayor, for opportunity. I think it's good to engage in this one, because it's very important one, Mayor. Because what is very important here is a background, but unfortunately, in these days, that's why I ask the standard operation. Because if a people, like we have a new official now, new administration, sometimes new directors, don't have any background, it's only apply the law. It's not understand what Councillors Kosana have, people staying in the informal area that have no general plan. Kongoria, we're staying there. There is no general plan there before. But when the person come and apply the law, is don't have a background, is abusing the people. This is what happened now. People is read only what is in paper, don't have background and try to act. You don't understand that is abusing the people. This is what happened. Even this one we are speaking, people is get the electricity now. This is the decision of the council without a ELF number. But when you going to the law, you found that that thing is wrong. Some new person and other people is coming. We can punish the people according to the law. That's why I'm saying sometimes when we make a bylaw, our bylaw is not compared with a national law, with other laws. Is duplicate. But Mayor, I don't want to go in that one. To help in this one, I think that one of Councillor Matika is simple. The area that already is edified is getting the electricity. This is the people that is supposed to get the electricity. But the way is electrified, that people, the one is already electrified in that area. Take for instance, the neighbor of this one have electrified. Another neighbor is not electrified. Those person, this one get electricity, there's no ELF number. Also this one have no ELF number. This one is going to ask the box. It's another story. People is not understand why. That's why when the people is confused. Oh, everything is confused. That's what I understand. But now, Mayor, I think to me, for make things confused with, the best thing to me, I think Councillor Claudine is right when he's speaking about to workshop these things. But according to this recommendation to me, I think to me it must be continue in this way. What is supposed to do? We must carry it, the standard operation of this municipality in the issue of putting the electricity to the people. Because I know to my area, when I speak to other people say that the people, the backyard dwellers, have a right to have the electricity. When you going to the old Standard Bank, backyard dweller want electricity. It's another story there. That things is never exist, but when you speak with the administration, it exists. But where the operation is happened, never exist. That's why I'm saying we're dealing with the people who don't have background here. It's only when people is sitting there, Section 25, I can pakray Councillor Kosana because it's not do that. Don't have a back. What kind of the people is that? What kind of abusing is that? This is what happened here. Now, everyone is operating to deal with the people because don't have a background. We have this one, this is understand that people building without a plan. Other one is coming. Why these people is building without plan? You can't build without a plan. You don't have background. Don't ask it. Just do it, whatever you want to do. I'm saying in this municipality, Mayor, sometimes we are going to the situation where you don't have lawyers, you don't have your own thing to survive. Some other people are victimized. You can see one day. I say even these people get it now, the electricity, in this way is getting now. You can see that. You can see after 10 years, that people can be abused. That's what I'm saying. So to me, Mayor, this recommendation can go in as it is. I think the councillors can assist what is really happening, not going themselves. Assist, you know, the army people is going around in these things, the law enforcement. Whatever people fighting, law enforcement go there. Whatever people want, animal, fires, toy, and everything, those law enforcement who can continue carry it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Salasa, thank you very much. Yeah, let me not say what is. I think what we should do in this regard is that Council has proposed that we go with the recommendation in front of us. I just think that we should rather ask the administration, we agree with A, B, C, D, and E, and ask the administration to come to council with an item, an urgent item, that deals with the issue about what Councillor Matika had raised. And I think there are merit for that. Because your concern, Director, is the fact that people are illegally connected. Councillor Matika is quite clear. Contributing to that situation is that frustration from the community. That yes, we want to go legal and do the right thing, but your tariffs make it for us impossible to do. I think that is what I want to be quite clear on this issue. So I would, Mayoral Committee members, let's agree with A, B, C, D, and E. And then F, ask the administration to come up with a item that deals with the concerns about people that want to connect legally but being denied through our tariffs. I think that could be the way forward. Committee members, are we in agreement to that? Joe, did you have that in that?
Yes.
Come again? Okay. That the administration been asked to submit a report to council that deals with the request of people that wants to connect legally but being denied by our current tariffs that is unaffordable to them. I think I want an item on that. Director, do you follow what I'm trying to say here, ma'am? Ma'am, je gevoel wat ik probeer te zeggen. Okay, Gerald, you've got that? I think that debate, councillors, was necessary because illegal connections is a very serious issue and it's going to expand and get worse unless we don't deal with it immediately and sufficiently. Okay, we're on page 30. Westgrove Progress Report on Tourism. I've heard in your comments made at the minutes, Deputy Mayor, about Westgrove. Are you agreeing with that recommendation there still? That Westgrove report on tourism functioning within the Greater Knysna must be noted? Or do you want to add now, in addition to that, when I've listened to you, Deputy Mayor, you're quite concerned about this issue. You want that recommendation stay as it is, or do you want to add?
No, thank you very much, Mayor, once again. Mayor, sotolopi bendinothanda kakhulu basongeze ba kula recommendation.
Mayor, I would like us to add to that recommendation.
Yeah, into ebendinoyithanda, yes, sotolopi basongeze kula recommendation ngoba kindawo endihleli kuyo andicingi into yobana le 4 million esibhatalayo ku-escrow iyasisebenzela. I think i-waste yemali nje.
Because I think the money that we're paying to Westgrove doesn't work for promoting Knysna. We're just wasting money.
Bangaba lori ukhona onondincedisa i-recommendation ethi xa besinofumana i-report ecacileyo ukuba ngaba abantu abahlele eKapa abapromota zonke ezitown yintoni abayenzayo, ingaba sifumana i-value for le mali esibhatalayo so that sizobona uba siza kwenza ntoni kwilixa elizayo malunga noWesco. Asikwazi uqhubekeka sifake i-4 million qho ngonyaka, sifake iphisa nge-4 million abantu bethu bengenamisebenzi. Sinoske sithathe la tourism ize kwamasipala imanagwe from within. Ndicela nje umuntu onokwazi nje ukulungisa laa nto.
If we can have a report from Westgrove as to what are the funds utilized for, are they promoting Knysna as supposed to be? And if it happens, we would like Westgrove to create jobs in the Knysna area. And if possible, we take the funding back from Westgrove and run the tourism from a municipal, from the municipality.
Thanks. Anyone want to respond to that? You don't want to respond. I think in essence what Deputy Mayor is talking about, that whether we received value for money on the activities or the job that Westgrove is currently doing for the municipality and for tourism. Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, MM. I think I just want to add what Councillor Tseng was saying, that they can give us a full breakdown on how they spent the 4 million rand in the past year and how that benefited the broader community of Knysna. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, maybe to assist in this as well, there was a Section 78 assessment that was conducted for this particular function, whether we need a service provider to do it or the municipality can perform the function. I'm not sure, I didn't see that report. Maybe a recommendation could be made that the report on the Section 78 assessment should be brought so that a determination is made whether the function should still be done by a service provider or by the municipality. Thank you.
why didn't we get that Section 78 report? You not probably in a position to answer that. I don't even think you, the director of planning, is the person that is in that space to respond to that. Why we did not receive that Section 78 report.
Mayor, no, I think it'll probably be correct for you to refer this to the next Section 80 and get a proper report in front of you instead of making a hasty decision. So you can consider all the factors applicable, taking into account what the Deputy Mayor said. We in any case have contractual obligations that we cannot just walk out of. So it'll probably be better just to get a proper report in front of the Section 80 committee and then make a decision after that.
And I agree. I think what should happen and the recommendation should be that at the next Section 80 committee that we have that in the Section 78 report. Is that fine with members of the committee? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, I think the director have captured what I really wanted to raise, quite well. Basically, Mayor, there was that report, and hence when I started, I wanted to understand who is the director of the department so that we can understand why that particular report was not tabled. Because if my memory serves, that report was compiled last year, late last year. The report was never tabled to council so that we can make a determination whether are these people meeting what we have sourced them to do, so that we can really look on our SLA, this service level agreement between whether it is still, worthwhile for the municipality to use Westcom. Because if I'm quite right, we have spent, Mayor, about 8 million on Westcom. So I think, let me stop there. I'm sure, let's agree that on the next Section 80, we need that report. That report which was supposed to have been tabled, the report of last year, by the way. Okay. Thank you.
No, Mayor.
Okay.
We're in the same meeting here. We are not in different rooms. You've asked a question which was raised by Councillor by the Director Makoma about a report of Section 78, which was not in my portfolio when we have a Section 8. Now, similarly, people got access of that report. One, we needed to know from the MM that why we didn't get that report, because he was the one in a good position to answer for that one of the report of 78. On top of that, MM, when he was answering, said that we must not do hasty decisions. English is not one of the first languages of some of us. We need to be clear when we give each other answers. Also, if people got information that we don't have, please provide us with the information.
Councillor Skosana, I didn't follow quite clearly what you want to say.
I'm saying, Mayor, you've asked because Director Makoma raised an issue of Section 78 report. Then you said that a better person in the position to answer that one is an acting MM. Now I'm still waiting for the response.
Now let me first recall what I've said. I've said that you might not in a position and you might not be, and the best person to be in a position would be the Director Planning and Development. In fact, I said that. You're not in a position to report on the Section 78.
Mayor, no, the Section 78 report wasn't applicable to this agenda.
Yep.
It was done when the decision was taken to enter into the agreement with Westgrove. So now I'm saying, if you want to review that situation, in the next Section 80, we must bring that Section 78 report so that you can look at what were the matters raised there. And if you want to start a new process to see in future how, after this contract with Westgrove comes to an end, how we must proceed with that function, that is what you can consider. But in this Section 80, the Section 78 report wasn't expected to be in front of the committee.
That's why I want to say, and sometimes we all sing from the same hymn sheet. Enigste verskil is sommige manne sing vals en ander manne sing nice. So we're on the same hymn sheet, it's just the tone, the tune is a bit different. I think we're quite clear on this issue about what should happen. We note This Councillor Skosana, the Westgrove report on tourism. B, that we request at the next Section 80 committee meeting that Section 78 report. That's what we agreed on. I've asked that. Are we happy with that?
Happy,
Thank
happy,
you.
happy.
Thank you. All right, seker maar ek wat vals sing, jong. Right. Conditions of approvals for the Tisen Island development. There's a recommendation there. I just want to understand. Is this a new conditions of approval, or is it amendments? Because there are conditions for approval currently. So I need to understand, what is this? Is this new conditions, sorry, not additions, conditions, or is it the current conditions being amended? Is it a new development? I just want to understand. Sean or...
Thank you, Mayor. Sean will respond to that question from our department.
I will give you a brief background and history to the situation. There was a query at the special council meeting on 11th of June this year with regards to the historic planning approvals for the entire Tisen Island development. And we were asked to report back, and we've submitted that report to the Section 80 committee, which was considered. Basically, what has happened is that the entire Tisen Island development was approved in the 90s, around 1998, the entire island. And that approval would then occur in phases, starting with phase 1 in the late 90s and then concluded with phase 5 A and B in the early 2000s. So what has happened is that those rights have accrued, and the original approval, and at the time the land use planning ordinance was in place, the original approval was granted by the Western Cape government at the time in 1998 because they were the competent authority at the time to do that. And the municipality was then delegated to approve the subsequent subdivisions for each phase, which was done. So we have records of those approvals starting from 1998 for the subdivisions from the municipality. But the actual question here is, in terms of, there was phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, now we're at 5 A and B. The question was that there's approvals for the first phases, but for phase 5B specifically, or 5A, we could not find the council resolution that speaks to the approval of that. There was a letter issued by the municipality to the developer granting the subdivision approval for phase 5A. But the letter references a council resolution and that empowers or grants approval for that phase. So that resolution we could not find. So what has happened is the question is phase 5A of Tisen Island lawful? Now, obviously what has happened, and obviously that development or that phase of the development was implemented in 2003, 15 years ago. What has happened, phase 5A specifically, if you look at Tisen Island, it's the commercial side where the shops are and all of those areas. So that has been built. Building plans have been approved. Transfer has taken place of property. So people and property owners in that development, in that specific phase, have now accrued rights. They now have property, and which our property rights are protected in terms of the Constitution. So what we are saying, despite we not being able to locate the council resolution that grants the approval of that phase, the development of phase 5, as is now currently, has become lawful because of that initial letter that was issued for that. So if there's a question on the legality or the lawfulness of the phase 5, it's irrelevant because the rights have now accrued. People are now have property. People are now living there. And they have exercised the rights granted in terms of that letter that was issued. Thank you.
Sean, in short, the recommendation in front of the Mayoral Committee, does that address what you've just raised? Because when I read this, quite simple, it's stated just simply that the conditions of approvals for Tees Island development be noted. There's a lot of conditions. So what conditions are we talking about? So when I look at this, it was my concern that for a layman, for an idiot like myself, I start thinking about what conditions are you talking about here?
Maybe the description that doesn't clarify really the issue. It's not a matter of the conditions of approval. I mean, the issue is that specifically on phase 5A, whether that approval was lawful and whether it was indeed granted by council at the time in 2003. I would say the description it doesn't provide a fair assessment of what the item is actually about, but I agree with you. I would say it should rather be the validity of the approval of phase 5, specifically of Thiessen Island.
What we want to address in the
Yes.
debate, reading it currently doesn't capture what you've just said. It's just a general statement that we note certain conditions of approval. It's a general statement.
Can I come in, Mayor?
Yes, please. Sir.
No, Mayor, I think we are quite right. You are quite right, Mayor. This recommendation is really not assisting us, and if needs be, it must be amended. Yeah, this thing is very vague. You are quite right. What Sean have just explained now and what is written here, those are two total different things. So we need to in the absence of the director of that department, maybe the chairperson can also assist, then so that whatever we do, we take a correct recommendation. As MMF said, we must always make sure that we are within the parameters of the law. I think I fully agree with you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can finish this thing here, because I want us not to dwell on the thing too long. Let's look at the heading there. Conditions of approvals for Tees Island development. Is that heading correct?
I would say not, sir. I would recommend that it be amended to reflect actually what it speaks to.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Mayor, then I would suggest, you see, and I need to be corrected here. The heading of this item, that is how the item was presented in the section 80, which means that whole item is then misleading based on the heading. So why don't this item then go back to the section 80 with a proper heading and with more detail so that people know exactly what is in the item? I'm just asking, Mayor.
Chair.
Councillors Kasana, wait, sir, wait, councillors. I'm going to get you, Councillors Kasana. The point I want to raise here, let's not just take things back to a Section 80 committee. Let's deal with it here. Is the heading have to be amended? We amend it here. We don't have to feel that somebody is stepping on somebody's toes here. I just want us as a mayoral committee to be quite sure what we are agreeing on here. That's the simple thing. Whether it should be amended, Councillor Skosana, vaguely or clearly, let's do it here. We don't have to run away from these things. Councillor Skosana?
No, Chair, correctly said, Chair, but we must not mislead each other here, even the people who are listening. These things come from a council meeting to the Section 80, then it's here today. I will also suggest that, as Sean is putting that there, I think there's ERF numbers, whatever it is reading, that portion of it, we must be specific which area we're talking about in Tees Island. That's all we need to do in this meeting, not want to grandstand here.
Let's now get to the not grandstanding part. Sean.
Chair, you must also allow me to speak now, after Sean.
No. Councillors, please. Sean, assist the chairperson of this committee with the heading, please.
Basically, and as the item that was submitted to Section 80 describes, is basically the question, from the special council meeting at the time was with the missing council resolution that empowers the approval, specifically relating to phase 5A of the Eastern Island. And basically, I think what was...
Conditions of approvals for Eastern Island development phase 5. Phase 5.
Yeah.
So we put it that way.
Yes.
Phase 5A.
Yeah, phase 5A, yeah.
Quite correct. Then, the recommendation was quite simple. That the conditions of approvals for the Eastern Island development phase 5A be noted. Yes. That's all that should happen. You don't have to be running around in lots of circles. Change it.
No, Chair.
No, then don't say anything.
Chair, I wanted to say, you know, I don't know, but in terms of, we are only taking a recommendation to the MECO and to the council. We are not taking the background. Because I'm sure if the background was here, then we would have understand what this item talks about. But the problem is that the only recommendation, there's no background. If there were background, then you couldn't, maybe we don't even need to change the recommendation or the heading, you see. But in terms of that, the recommendations are here. There are no backgrounds. So that's why maybe we are confused, Chair, or anyone is confused. Because it's just a recommendation without any background, you see. The only background is there on Section 80. It only ends there. It doesn't come to MECO, doesn't come to the council. So not only in this item, in many items, we just receive a recommendation, then people would start talking there on the recommendation, but they don't know what is the background all about. So I don't know, Chair, it's something that we are doing as a municipality on purpose, that we only took a recommendation. We don't took the whole item with the background. I don't know if it's...
Councillor Matika, jy wil my terugvat, man. Let's be quite simple here. It's a simple thing. All this information was at the Section 80 committee discussed. The whole issue about phase 5A, that was a debate there which you just explained to us. When I read the recommendation, Councillor Matika, it didn't make for me clear sense what we're talking about here, because you're talking vague about conditions of approval for Eastern Island. I know 2003 there was conditions of approval for that area, for that whole development then. We're not talking about these things. We're talking about the conditions of approval for Eastern Island development phase 5A. That's what we're talking about. And that's the point I want to make, Councillor Matika. So I would, with the committee's indulgence and with their support, just add on to that phase 5A. Members of the committee, are you happy with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You see, that's simple. Right. Next one, Western Cape Economic Development Service Level Agreement, Garner Development Partnership. Just one simple thing there, MM. In this service level agreement that you provided us, there is references to money. Part of the money is for, even in this financial year, 110,000 rand for the first year, 110,000 rand for the second year, and 120,000 rand for the third year. Now, in this recommendation here, there's no references to these monies, MM. And secondly, I'm not quite sure whether we had budgeted for this. So we might have, ek kan ons 'n budget alles onthou nie, but I need to make sure that when we agree to this recommendation as is in front of us, surely in each, the question of finances and the cost and these things should be part of the recommendation. As het verkeerd is, maar sê ek is verkeerd.
I don't know, Mr. Mayor. I can't answer you. I don't have the information, so perhaps it's something that the colleagues will...
So, any members of the committee that wants to touch on that? My concern, as I said quite clearly, the service level agreement make provision for monies. Total 340,000 rand. The recommendation doesn't make reference to that. Neither am I sure whether we've in our budget made provision for that. The MM said that we should try to amend and correct it for council. Members of the committee?
I'm saying the answer to your question must be prepared for council. I don't know the answer to your question, so I think you must refer the decision on this to the council so that you first get the information.
You noted, I think MM said it correctly. The director will take you through as well when she's there. But I think also we must look at the date is wrong there. It's the 21st today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, there are still councillors. Okay. Right, item submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee meeting held on the 5th of October, submissions of the revised business plan received from the Western Cape DOHS Department of Human Settlements. I hate all these acronyms that is in this. Okay, agreed on A, B, and C? Thank you. Then, formal submission of the consideration of the overall draft ISS policy, part 2. Those are the recommendations A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Any questions? Are you happy with the recommendations there? Okay. Right. I'm on page 31, item number MIH S 03 10 20. Just on the D part, just some more clarity there. I don't want to raise it, but let me raise it here. It stated there, and Mr. Adonis is here, that it be noted that the partnership arrangement with SHRA, who are they, Deputy Mayor? Who is SHRA? Who are they?
Is a rental association of South Africa, Housing Rental Association.
Hey, my chairperson can't even assist me. Thank Mr. Adonis, man. That it be noted that the partnership arrangement between the social housing rental accredited social housing institutions using the previous approved municipal rental facilities in Milkwood and Curly Court will commence, and that I want to get clarity on, upon final approval of the overall Knysna Municipality Integrated Human Settlements Policy. Now, Mr. Adonis, that policy, if this council at the end of this month, at our council meeting, approve that integrated human settlement policy, reading that, that means immediately after that, the commencement of this will take place. Because I don't want to get the impression that the commencement of this project depends on our approval of our integrated human settlements policy. Because then we should have actually approved this policy 10 weeks ago.
Chairperson, you can recall in our previous round of Section 80 and MACO meetings, there was an item with regards to the rental.
Speak up.
Oh. There was an item with regards to the. I nearly said. There was an item with regards to rental. Let me check how your minutes. That we that the committee agreed that we need to develop the Milkwood flats and the Curly Court into residential units. Now that item is subject to the approval of this policy, because when we apply for accreditation, we need a policy and submit this policy with that.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. When I've read this, I said to myself, I don't want us to be in a situation because we do not approve policy that it can't commence. That's the point I want to make, because this is what stated in D. So in that instance, therefore, we need to approve this policy ASAP so that this project can be commenced. What is the possibility of approving that policy at the next council meeting?
This, in a previous meeting, we approved the part A of the policy, and this is part 2. So the policy will, when we approve this, the policy will be finalized.
Agreed on that. Then we go to the next one. Sanral and HDA proposed Nekis interchange development, conclusion of an implementation protocol, and IP. Have a name, man. Is IP nie implementation protocol nie. Nee, weer nog 'n woord kom bysit van 'n plan nie, man. Ja. Councillor Salas and myself is getting very quickly confused when you add things that is not there. Are we in agreement with that, councillors? Councillor Skosana?
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the director. I just want to double check number C, that the council facilitated education of alternative site for the relocation and TRA facilities. Are we already in that stage? Are we looking around already, or are we still going to wait for how long?
Chairperson, this resolution will trigger that, so we will engage with on the committee, in the implementation committee, that the council has now make a resolution in terms of that, and this will trigger now us with HDA and Sanral to look at options, because Sanral must feed the bill for this TRA.
We agree with the recommendations A, B, C, and D. Thank you. Next one, implementation Southern Cape Corridor Development SCCD. What is a capitalistic project?
This is one of the mega projects.
So it's called a capitalistic. So it's not cap. That's why I said I didn't understand the capitalistic. It's catalytic. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Mayor?
Project business plan and financial modeling. There's a recommendation. I'm going to get to you, Council Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
And it's only one. It's only an A. When it's got 14 points, bullet points, numbered bullet points underneath that. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Skosana.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think on our section 80, on point 1, 2, 3, number 4, the following project which are currently being implemented by NISA, Etembeni, Ndlovini, Edifale, Rienendal, Karatras, South Rivier, and Seshfield. There were other areas they identified, and we have resolved in our section 80 that those areas in a form of Katanga, Sieve the land, Bongani be included, right? So I did make contact with Carl as well as his team. I think that was sorted out.
What is this?
No.
An additional or what is it? Amendment?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no. Mayor, basically, I think what I'm just raising now, it's corrected here on this page, which NAMHLA is just, those other areas which were not, were omitted from the section 80. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Kosana.
Chair, through you to the department, I just want to double check two things here with this item.
Kan julle twee nou klaarmaak aan se jong, want Councillor Kosana wil nie praat dat jy besig is nie.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, Councillor Kosana.
Or you might be signing my VOs for my ward, very short. If you read number 3, it's saying that current municipality program implemented by the United Municipality being funded by the Western Cape Department of Housing, if I'm not mistaken. Now I want to double check this item. Are we going to be the champion of it? or is it going to be run somewhere else? If I say someone else, is it going to be this? Because we are reading in between. Is it going to be run in the province? Is the province going to champion it, or is it the municipality that's going to champion it? I need an honest answer, please. Thank you.
You've got the question of Councillor Kosana. Councillor Matika, you also want to raise a question? No. Okay.
Chairperson, myself and the acting MM and manager integrated settlements Lindy Lepetuna had a meeting with Mr. Mbalelo Nkadana and Sean Beineveld. I think it's 2 Fridays ago, where we specifically asked this question. Will there be additional funding coming in to facilitate this Southern Cape corridor project development, or should we top slice our current grant funding from the province? And they categorically indicated to us that this is a presidential project. This is new money coming in, and this project will be run from the district office through the district development. What is that? District development. The district development model. The district development model. So this is, now we must be very careful when we make a decision. That is what is in front of this MACO. That we don't want the 2 funding streams to be compromised. We still want our program and our housing own projects to continue, because if we're going to allow this monster to take all our money, we're going to compromise ourselves.
Mr. Mayor, I must just say, in addition to what the acting director has said, we've received a letter yesterday, 2 letters that I forwarded to yourself and to the Deputy Mayor as the portfolio councillor. A letter from the DG of the National Department of Human Settlements, and an accompanying letter from the head of department of the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, stating that due to the financial position of national government, the human settlements budget was slashed, and that they will in future not provide any funding for top structures, and that we must now adjust our plans to only provide for sites and services. So that letter went out to you, and I think it will impact on all the plans that we have. We will have to go and adjust our plans to remove all top structures and only focus on sites and services. But I'm sure that the department will bring a report in the next Section 80, so that the Section 80 can start looking at how that affects our projects going forward. But I thought I should just share that with the MACO for now. Thank you.
Mayor, it's like someone said, someone passed away from my family now. This news, I can tell you, Mayor, now I'm sitting, because we also got our own ways of getting information. And I like the honest, that's the reason I said in a down tone that I need an honest answer. We are sitting with a problem here in front of us, as a council and as a town. One, I'm worried about the report that we were given, because the worrying fact I'm having is that as much as the district model is the presidential staff, but I'm worried, does he know saving the land in Ward 3? Does he know the person who's going to champion? Does he know how to address Shalani? Oh, but you know, those factors in place that we normally have, we'll be having a field worker. There's always question that if you go and address the community about housing, where do we draw the line now? Do we still think we're going to have our own department that's deal with housing, or that we're going to interactions? Because remember, we need housing is the key in our town, and our communities believe to see an official in a meeting, in an open space. And I'm worried if we're going to get someone from church every day to come to Etimbini, towards 4, now at 12 o'clock, later. I don't know whether those factors were touched when we deal with these issues. Yes, it was a good item when it came to Section 80 because it was speaking to those 7 land people that we left and said that, wait, there's this thing of Sandra or the corridor one. Then another one, Mayor, my worrying is though that the future, you know, English is a tricky thing. Future can be 2050. I mean, I believe in specific. Because the reason I'm believing in specific when you talk about top structure is that, as I'm sitting here, I've got people at the Bay O-Tip, I've got people in Nutsi Road, I've got people in the old road in Opat, I've got people in Damsafos on top who are sitting in Windy House for more than 7 to 8 years. Now we need now to, if we're saying that we're starting to say to people that forget about the top structure, speak, if you've got kids that are working, let them go to Shaolin or to Zandara and start buying bricks for you because we won't give you top structure. We need now to open that debate. If it is an urgent matter that we need to discuss around housing, then let's have a meeting so that we go as ward councillors and the deployees to speak to their communities because it's going to be a problem if the communities know it before us. Then all over in Naisna, I can assure you, it will be closed. It will be unfurious. Sorry, thanks.
Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much,
Let's
Mayor.
get the fear off ons, man.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, just to you on the letter that the Mayor, the MM is talking about. In that section 80, there's issues that are raised that when are we finishing with vision? Because I just wanted to cover on that because that letter, I'll assume that letter speaks about the areas that will be, new areas that will be developed. Like if you, for Rosemo, you're saying that in Rosemo that we're not gonna build houses, we can just do service site, I'll assume. But I just want to double check on vision. Because you have vision, which is your Congodia West, which is your Bongani, which is that Canon Corp, which is your Shalani, that's vision. So I'm still asking that when is vision ending? Because if the reason I'm asking when is ending, in Congodia West, we are building Mayor as per vision. Vision, you're only building 20 houses in Congodia West, ne? Then you build another 20 houses in Tamsapos, another 20 houses, then all in all is 200 houses. That's a vision. Maybe in Congodia West we have 400 houses. Out of 400, so far we have built 200. So there's 200 left. The reason I'm asking when I finish, let's build the vision, finish vision. If it's 200 houses left, finish with those houses, then we know we are finished with vision. We focus on these areas. Because I don't want to sound as if that I'm saying that these areas are preferred than other areas, because it's a whole what. I'll speak about what date, for instance. You're having a Tembeni, you're having your Happy Valley, you're having which area, you're having maybe Tinangwe. These are new areas that we have developed. So I'll assume that what the mayor is saying is speaking about a new, total new area that will be developed, that we're only going to provide service sites. Because if you check these areas where your Congodia West, they are service sites. It's just that we need people to be built, they are stop structures, and then there's a couple of houses that will short some slab. I'll assume that, or I was saying that we're not going to build even on vision. We're only going to put service site. Are you trying to say that, Mayor? MM? Then Mayor, then MM, then it's going to be a problem. I understand, no, I don't want to, and then it's going to be a problem. Because how do I explain that for Congodia West? I think I did explain, and I don't want to make this a issue of the racial. Because how do I explain in Congodia West? Because those people in Congodia West say that it's funny, Councillor, that we are voting, but we don't know, because we were born here in Congodia West. We have been living here in Congodia, yes. Tomorrow there is an area of Tasha. They just go and plug. They do 2 years, 3 years time, you go and build for them, all of them. But us in Congodia West, we've been staying, we've been patient, we've been staying we're having earths. It's not an informal area. We've been here all these years. We were born here. But only when you build for us, you build 2, you build 3. But in the areas that is 3 years old or 4 years, you go and build that whole area. So it's easy, it's not easy for us to respond on that. That's why I'm saying, Mayor, we need to check how best can we finish. We say that we are finished with vision. Then the new areas, I don't have a problem if you are saying that after we finish vision, those other new areas that we, besides the ones that we are currently busy with, we're only gonna do service sites. Then it's a good idea because then each and all of these areas, informal areas, we are just gonna do service sites. And then the next phase that we're gonna do maybe then we're gonna start building houses maybe after 4 or 5 years. Then I don't have a problem. But the problem is that in terms of vision, we need to finish with vision. We need to do a stock take. If it's 800 houses, let's finish that 800 houses for the vision. Thank you.
Mr. Adonis, if you want to respond, the MMV want to respond, do that, sir. I just got some few questions and then we can close and my concern being raised. And ek dink ons hom aan Renendal and Smutsville.
Mr. Mayor, let me start with that last one first. And I think what we must agree with each other is that in the Section 80 committee, all the implications of the letter that we submitted will be provided, right? So that we don't deal with that now. My intention was not that we discuss that now. I thought I should just notify you about it. So the department will bring you a report detailing all the implications so that the council can note the implications of that. It's not going to be, let me stop there. The department will bring a report to the next Section 80 committee. In respect of the district development model, there's a steering committee consisting of the National Department of Human Settlements, Provincial Department, the HDA in the province, SANRAL, and ourselves. And in this meeting, it happened last week, Thursday, Davi? Thursday. Myself and Lindele were in the meeting on Teams. And in the meeting, I raised exactly the points that you raised now, Councillor Skosana. And what I said is that the district development model is a model adopted by the national government. There's nothing we can do about that. But what we need to put into place is proper structures that deal with the implications of the implementation of the district development model. I think what we must also understand is that human settlements in and of itself is not a municipal function. So we don't have control over that, right? But the implications and the institutional arrangements around implementing the district development model in terms of a project as big as the SCCD, Southern Cape Corridor Development, SCCD. If we do not get those institutional arrangements correct, then we will sit with the problem that the community will not, we're removing their point of contact now to George. But that's something, as I say, that we don't have control over. The DG of National Human Settlements, that I know very well, was very strong in this respect, saying that that's a decision of national government. This is the model that they will implement and so on. But we will continue discussing it. We will make sure that we give input from the Knysna municipality side. But ultimately, this is not our function in terms of the constitutional arrangement. So we have very little sway in respect of what national and provincial government decide on this matter, because this is a matter of concurrent responsibility between national and provincial government. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this issue, I had serious problems with the way this information is in front of us, not the information itself, but what is in front of us. Because the last thing that I want to see, Mr. Adonis, is again creating expectation with people that this is going to happen. The figures being used here and some of the comments are, in itself, is for me to some extent contradicting. When you look at numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, At 4, you say that the following projects which are currently being implemented by NISNA, blah, 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 including Haida Valley and Sesfield to be implemented by NISNA, assisted by the. Then it goes down to number 7. Haida Valley, in specific been mentioned there, be implemented by the NISNA municipality as per current agreement with. So I was not quite sure what we are saying there. But the one that is more concerned, Mr. Dwunis, is the number 10, because you're talking about serious figures there. HDA proceed with the purchase of identified sites to the value of over 164 million rand. Now, when I look at all these sites, the majority of them is municipal property, belongs to the NISNA municipality. So I'm not quite sure from which private owner or institution will they buy then municipal property to the tune of 164 million rands. I didn't understand that also. So just give me some clarity, but my main essence I want to talk about here. I'm concerned that these things create certain expectations with communities again, and that the municipality, you guys are the stumbling block in this process.
Mayor, the item speaks to two issues here. The one issue is the issue of housing development through the Provincial Department of Human Settlement and our grant funding. So you can say from item 1 till around about item 7, 8, that speaks to the projects in relation to the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements. Then from 8 till 14, you're speaking to the catalytic project that will be funded by National, that we say that land acquisition, services, bulk infrastructure should be funded by this project. So that's a distinction with regards to this recommendation that we're talking about. Can I come back to you on that before the end of the meeting? Yeah. Let me come back to you on that. I think that is referring to total other different sites.
Okay, let me say that I didn't hear that. Okay, let's move to page 34. Now we can run with this one. This is items for noting. MFCO 1, 1020, insurance report, agreed? MFCO 5, 1020, agreed? MFCO 9, 1020, agreed? No, I want to know what was the reasons. The one there, that the matter with regard to the application for the lease of agreement of portion be referred to the next Financial Corporate Service Committee meeting, because every time when they are in certain areas of the town, always refer it back. Okay, nobody can give me an answer to that.
No, I
think Councillor Hart.
the reason because there was this issue of we arguing about why must there, if someone wants to beautify the place, why must he pay? Why must that person still must pay municipality because in that thing there was an issue in that report that certain amount must be paid. So we say that why must he pay? But he wants to beautify, he wants to assist the municipality. Said,
See, but in doing that, Council, that's my concern here. Why didn't we then make a recommendation, say that there should not be payment? And then Council decide on that, because for me it's now just delaying a process. It now referred back to the Section 80 committee. Luckily, with all prayers and things, it might be in front of Council at the end of November. And in the meantime, things are happening there. So I'm not concerned anymore that we just decided, okay, we just refer to a next Section 80 committee meeting, as if we don't want to deal with the process. Amen. As the director. Sorry, director. That is MFC 091020.
page 34.
A report back on application for lease, because this is not the first time it's in front of this
Long time.
council and the committee. Is now being just delayed and sent back to the Section 80 committee meeting. Director?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. The discussion on this item was around the inclusion of a clause in the policy, the immovable property policy, so that there is no charge to a person who is assisting the municipality. And that policy was then revised by the legal and properties section. It's the one which was supposed to be workshopped to the councillors before this item is actually sent back to the maker for recommendation for approval by council.
Concern here, why should it be referred back to the Section 80 committee? Why wasn't that part of the recommendation? What you've just said there. Amen?
I might be completely off topic here, but my recollection of this item is that this deals with a property in Hornley where the person is using it as part of his business. So it's not only beautifying it, but the person is using it as part of, the person has a takeaway. Is that the one that we're talking about? It's not that one. Okay, no, then I withdraw. Then I withdraw.
Certain gentleman, it's in my ward, it's a certain gentleman that beautify an area there. Municipal land, skoon gemaakt, waar gedamp is en al die goeders. He planted nice trees and flowers and all these type of things there. Clean up that whole area. So you want to lease that property for that purpose, to continue, because what's happening now, people might encroach onto that with the illegal squatting. Let's not use invasion of land. So he wants that. So now the argument, as I understand in that meeting, and Councillor Crouch is not now here, that's why I said I'm not quite sure why she's gone. The argument was that this gentleman doesn't want to lease the property for business or to make money out of it. He just wants to keep it up and clean it up and make sure that there's no dumping and those type of things. So he's assisting us. He's making our own property nice. And then the argument was, why should we ask him a amount to lease the property? While we've got the golf club that is making money and they pay 100 rand a year. Now my concern here is, if that was a debate and a discussion, why wasn't it part of the recommendation? Why should it be now then, therefore, sent back to the Section 80 committee to deal with that issue there? They've dealt with it in the current Section 80 committee, but it's not part of the recommendation. Kanamatika, you see what I'm trying to say here? I find it strange that we just refer things because, for the sake of referring them. Councillor Salase?
Yes, Mayor. No, Mayor, I support you 100% in this, because the most of the delaying the process. That's why you have a backlog of the item is sitting there. The application is sitting for a long time. I think, Mayor, what you're suggesting, if we can do it now here and try to make it going straight to the council, I don't have a problem on that. I support on that. I think it's not the only one, Mayor. It's a lot of things happen like this. People is crushing the land, not wet land, land that is not nothing we can do it. but it is going with with kind of things. So I think I support what you are saying in this item. I think we can look at another item is relevant in this one. I support Mayor so that we can make a progress in this. If we can add to the recommendation and then we can deal with them in the council meeting.
Thank Councillor Salase. Councillor Matika, sorry, Councillor Skosana.
No, I
Councillor
think
Matika.
Councillor Salas has covered. I was also going to say, let's not take it again to the next. Let's say that take it to the council, but if a workshop or a policy that needs to be changed, we change it before that council meeting, so that we can accommodate. So because this has been coming since, and I did a site visit, me and Councillor Salas again with former Peter Myers, Mark Willems, all of us. 2019, yeah, it was in 2019. So really, it's not fair. And with the current issue that is happening in Honley, so maybe the person wants to also to fence it, so that if this will speed up the issue, so that what is happening in Honley is that people they don't go and plug in that piece of land. Thank you.
My argument on this should be if it's an amendment to the policy, then it should be the recommendation that council's policy should be amended for people not to pay any lease amount if the intention is not to utilize that facility for financial or personal gain. Director? MM.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just read through the report that served before the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Yes, this applicant wanted to have a nursery on this particular site. And at that stage, the policy had not been reviewed. Now the policy has been reviewed to cater for this, those that are having social services on our properties, but also taking into account that there should be compliance with those listed species that should not be in that nursery. Now, if then the committee has considered the policy, because it has considered the policy, but said it should go to a workshop, which this morning the MACO has said we need to schedule that workshop before the council meeting. Now, if that policy is then approved by council, it then means this particular application should then be approved in line with the reviewed policy. But at this stage, the recommendation was saying it should go back to the committee. Probably the MACO would look at that recommendation of the, sorry, this is a resolution anyway of the committee. So it has resolved to take it back, but the policy has been developed, sorry, reviewed. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't question the fact that was the resolution. I'm just trying to say that the resolution doesn't make sense to me. Because what it stated quite clearly, referred back for further consideration. So what didn't you consider at that meeting? That will be new information. Amen?
Mayor, I was not in the committee meeting, so I cannot tell you what the reasons were. But what I can assume the reasons were, you see, this application will not meet the requirements of that policy amendment. The policy amendment says that in instances of social, help me with the correct term, if there's social value, this person wants to operate a business, the business of a nursery, and therefore the administration recommended a market-related rental for this, right? It doesn't even meet that requirement of the amended policy. So I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, and we must get the chairperson of the committee to probably tell you why they took this decision. They've already taken the decision. You can't do anything about the decision that they've taken. But I'm assuming that was the reason why they didn't want to make the decision.
Okay, there's another resolution. stormwater. Sorry, my apologies. That the report on the operation and maintenance to stormwater and roads for the period 2020 August. Agreed?
Agreed, yes.
Now the next one is the one that I've got problems, sorry. MIS 021020 and MIS 041020. Director, it's a duplication. Is that correct? So which one should we delete? The last one? Okay, so we stick with that one. That the contents of the report on operations and maintenance to water and sewer infrastructure July-August be noted. The next one we agreed on also, the report on capital and MIC project September 2020. There's the resolution agreed. We just noted it. Right, and then the next one should be deleted because that's a duplication, director. You with me?
No.
Okay, you're not with me.
It's not a duplication.
Huh?
No, this is the one for sewer, for water and sewer from June to August. So it's not a duplication.
It's the same date.
From June to August.
Same date. The one said a report on the operations and maintenance to water and sewer for June to August 2020. A report on operations and maintenance to water and sewer for June to August 2020.
Sorry, the two items you're referring to are MIS 021020, that's the first one, and then the second one is MIS 041020.
Yeah.
The first one, in the last month's report, in the previous section 80, there was a report that was supposed to go to the section 80 on the operations and maintenance of water and stormwater for the month of, I think it was, for the month of August. And it didn't.
Okay, and then the second one. Let me put on that thing. Item submitted to the Planning and Development Committee held on the 14th of September 2020. The Environmental Management Department monthly report for August 2020. Resolution they agreed.
Agreed.
Economic Development Department August monthly report. Agreed to that. Thank you. We're now on the second last page of our agenda. Expanded Public Works Program report. Be noted. Agreed. Monthly performance report, August 2020, Land Use Management Department. Monthly performance report. Agree to that?
Yes.
Building Control Division, a report for August. Agreed on that one.
Yes.
Estuary Pollution Committee report for August 2020. Agreed on that one.
Building
Then items submitted to the Integrated Human Settlements Committee held on the 14th of October 2020. That would be the monthly update August 2020 status of Nice Now Housing Capital Projects for the period 2020-2021. Financial year and plan for 2019-20. What are you talking? These are resolutions. We just said, That's all. You don't want to say,
No, I want to show you something.
So me.
Yes, Stefan, but before you close your meeting in page 37.
I'm not going to close.
Yes.
Page 37.
Yes.
Let's go back to page 37.
MPNT 02/10/20.
Yes, sir.
Kon sy twee wegvat daarso.
Twee weg.
2020 mos. As it 2020. Yes.
Yeah, you talking about MP and DO3 1020 Economic Development Department?
No, the one environmental, there's a two that we need to take out. The environmental management department mandate report for August 2020.
That one, no, you're right. You see, that's why I said sometimes it seems that the councils are still there. Councillor Skosana, thank you very much. Nee, jy is wakker om maar te sien, ja. Is ek wat slaap. Okay, page 40.
Page 38,
Wat? Want het skrik jy ook nog wakker?
No, page that MP Building Control Division report.
Building Control, yes.
Is it August 2020 and 2022 or is it 2020? If it says for
Building
August.
Control Division report for August 2020, 2021. Het kan net 2020 wees. Ons is nog glad in 2021 nie. Dit is die electies. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Matika, man. Councillor Skosana, jy net op 'n sigaret bak, jy net hier geslaap, man. Okay, let's move to page 40. Items submitted directly to executive mayor. Daar was niks items wat ek ontvang het nie. No, but that letter have to go to the Section 80 committee. In fact, to council. It must be submitted by the M to council. Then item number 10, reports submitted directly to the mayoral committee. I'm not quite sure. What is the difference, Director, between a report submitted to the mayor, direct to the mayor, and direct to the mayoral committee? What is the difference between the two?
No, Mayor, it was supposed to say submitted directly by the mayor and not to the mayor.
So when I look at number 9, item submitted directly to the executive mayor, is that one correct there? And then you've got another item number 10, reports submitted direct to the mayoral committee. Okay, by the mayor. Okay, thank you, by the mayor. Page 42, number 11, matters submitted by the acting municipal manager. There's nothing there. Number 12, in committee, see green pages, and then closure. Let's go into green pages. I'm not quite sure now, Joel, whether the members of the public is still allowed to participate, if there are any members of the public still left. Joel, Director?